We're live. Hit the shift button.
Oh, yes.
Let's drag this in over here.
We're not ready.
Yeah. And check 1 2. Check 1 2. I don't know how many people we have. Let's see. We have no information about the amount of people we have yet, which is weird. Let's see. Hopefully in a second we will have it. Can you guys hear us? Just make sure that everything's good with this stream before we start.
If you can see it, it's good.
No, I want to make sure audio and everything that people are hearing us at home. I mean, I know, but I'm just waiting for 1 second. Sound is good, and here we go. We've got Ryan, Red Raven Games, and this is going to be exciting. He always makes good games.
Okay, I will clap to set the sound, so don't be startled. I'm not like gonna come at you with the crab hands or anything like that, okay?
I'll jump behind the. Ready? Yep.
Okay, and it is lock it, right?
Lock it.
Correct, okay, good. Ready? Are we all set? Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of GAMA 2016 here in Las Vegas. Sitting with me today, I have Ryan Lockett from Red Raven Games.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, what did you bring to show us today?
So today I have Islebound. This is our game that's coming out in August,
Okay.
and it's a seafaring pirate adventure game. So really excited about this, and yeah.
And so, first of all, I mean, I think with all of your games, the first thing that really stands out is the art. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you do the art.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Someone's mic's not on.
Oh.
Mine, yours.
Is it mine?
Let me see.
Oh.
Hey, let's do that all over again. You feeling good? You feeling good? Mine's on. Yours is not.
Well, that was a good rehearsal.
Good job. Good job. Good rehearsal. Good dry run.
After all that.
And for the live stream, they're all like, "You guys are idiots."
All right, here we go.
All right.
Starting again?
Did you try clap again? Clap again?
Yes.
Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of GAMA 2016 here in Las Vegas. Sitting with me right now, I have Ryan Lockett from Red Raven Games. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Great, thank you for joining us. What did you bring to show us today?
So I have Islebound here, and this is our August release, so we're super excited about this.
And tell me a little bit about the game.
So it's a pirate, sort of a seafaring adventure game. In the game, you're trying to build up your own seafaring nation as best you can in this archipelago. So it's actually set in the same world as another game we do, which is Above and Below.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with that one.
So it's a totally different game, but you know, thematically, it's just like Above and Below is in this valley, and then you know, they go down to the beach, and then this is the place where.
All right, so it's connected in that world, but a different gameplay.
Yeah.
And it
So-
looks like you have a modular board, so what's a little bit overview of the gameplay?
Yeah, so in the game, you have your own ship and your own crew. And at the start of the game, you're going to start with one of these corner islands.
Okay.
And you go around to these different islands. The islands do, you know, when you visit an island, it has a special action. So you might go get resources, or you might hire, let me show you these awesome pirate guys, or these sea serpents. And, you know, you can use the pirates and the sea serpents to take over islands. And then once you own an island, if somebody else wants to use it, they have to pay you.
Okay.
So there's sort of that element. And you also have to build buildings for your capital city. There'll be a row of buildings, and they give different special abilities. And one cool thing is there are two ways to get buildings. You can either buy them straight up with money, or if you go and visit this special town, Stratic, you can build it with resources. So there's fish and wood in the game.
Okay.
So you got it like both avenues. You can sort of figure out which one you want to kind of focus on.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Excellent. And then I noticed that the board is pieced together modularly. So is it just the way that you had to do it to make the archipelago, the island thing, work, or are they reversible? I just didn't check.
Yeah. So they are slightly different. So
Okay.
this isn't quite final. Some of these pieces are prototype pieces, but yeah, the islands, the art is the same, but the actions are slightly different on each side.
Okay.
So you know, there's sort of a basic version you want to play first, and then there's like kind of weird, like a weirder version on the backside that you'll play
Okay.
later. So
Excellent.
Yeah.
And I heard that, and maybe I misheard, so forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I heard that you can play some of the components in Islebound with Above and Below, or they're interchange. Am I mistaken here?
No, you're right.
Okay.
So the crew members that you use in the game, they're the exact same size as the characters in Above and Below.
Right.
And you just flip them over, and on the back side it'll have a little Islebound or Above and Below symbol. So so they can.
So you can literally
integrate-
take the characters from Islebound and play them in Above and Below
Yeah.
as kind of like villagers.
Yeah,
there?
that's right. Yeah. So
I'm pretty excited about that. That's pretty
it's
awesome.
like little integration, small little expansion.
And the art on all of this looks phenomenal. And
Oh, thank you.
you're the game designer,
Yeah.
artist, graphic designer,
Yeah.
publisher.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's quite an impressive feat.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about today?
I mean, yeah. So we're working on a lot of exciting projects. One I want to mention is we are doing another story game. So there'll be another game like Above and Below with a book that has a story element, but it's a different game, different setting with slightly different mechanics. So I can't really say more about it, but I'm super excited about
So that's
that.
in development
Yeah.
for future release.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
I will definitely keep my eye out for that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today and showing us Islebound.
Yep. Thanks
And
a lot.
thank you everybody for watching. We'll see you next time. What's this?
Oh, did I?
You didn't
Did I mention that to you? Oh.
Okay, let's get you over. They'll
Yeah.
they'll pack up the game for you, and
Oh,
we'll
cool.
take off the mic, and we'll bring you over for a little Q&A with the audience.
Okay.
Let's see. Where's the bottom?
Oh, the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's here.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yes, let's come over here and we'll do a quick Q&A. Islebound. Jump in next to Z over there. Now, I know I have joked about this for ages with Tom, but since obviously you did 8-Minute Empires, and I always joke, because have you seen the movie Something About Mary?
Just a piece of it. I haven't
And
seen
I
that.
always say to Tom, I'm like, what about 7-Minute Empires? And he's like, okay. And I'm like, but what about 6-Minute Empires? Well, you can't do empires in 6 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I know you're. Yeah,
8-minute abs.
Yeah.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, we are going to get some questions from the interwebs here that they want to hit you up with some of these.
Someone just asked about 8-Minute Empires, if there's more content coming for that.
Yeah, we've got something in the works. It'll most likely not be an expansion. It'll be like a new iteration.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool, very cool. Somebody wanted to know if you were going to be at Essen this year.
Most likely won't be at Essen. We had something come up at that time. so,
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Artifacts Inc. Any expansions, anything else in that world in the future you could tell us about?
Currently, we've messed around with stuff, but we don't have a current expansion plan. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you are Dingle's Dreams. Is that out already? It's about to come out?
Yeah, about to come out. Just
Okay.
a couple days.
Gotcha. Now, that's not your design. For the first time you're putting out a design under Red Raven, that's not yours. That is the first one, right?
Right.
So people wanted to know, is that an avenue you're taking a look at? Games from other designers that you'll be publishing, possibly doing the artwork for? Is that something you've got in the works? Anything in there?
Yeah, so we're not currently taking submissions, but I am looking at a couple designs from designers. Most of the time, I play something at like a con,
Right.
and if I really like it, it'll be like, oh yeah, let's do this. Also, Alf Seegert, he designed Dingo's Dreams, and we've been friends for a long time, so
Gotcha.
we're always working together. In fact, we're working on a co-design that'll be done by Red Raven.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, sounds good. And then somebody wanted to know, and this is sort of a bigger question, so we're going to close with that one. Your Kickstarters tend to come in either on time or early. And people wanted to know, what's the secret? What is your secret that apparently people cannot figure out?
Well, I have to say it's super convenient that I can do all the art. So
Right.
like if we need to hurry up, I can just make myself stay up super late and finish that art instead of having to, rely on like a team of artists that maybe are a little behind.
Okay.
So that's part of it because I can do it all myself. And so far I've avoided miniatures. I think that also helps.
That's a good point. So basically, if you want to come in on time, become an artist,
Yeah.
do your own artwork, and stop it with the Cthulhu minis that are this big. All right, cool. Good talking to you.
I
Yes.
could say
Yeah.
real quick about being on time. I always try to make sure when I kickstart something to be like 80% done with the art. So
Right.
So it's like finishing it is not a big hurdle before we have
Sure.
to.
Yeah. Don't have an idea and throw it up on
Yeah.
Kickstarter.
Yeah.
You want to be, almost there.
Right.
Okay.
It's got to be difficult or interesting to do everything on your own, like design, be an artist, do everything, like one-man band.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's nice because it's like all the meetings are in my head. So,
Very cool. Good talking to
Yeah.
you,
Yes,
man.
as
Thanks for
always,
joining
great
us.
talking to you, Ryan.
thanks a
and
lot.
All right.
We're
We'll see you
looking
soon.
forward to Islebound.
Thanks.
Let's go back to Suzanne over there, and it looks like Cryptozoic is here with all of their new games.
Once I'm done, I'll put them off to the side. Oh god, I've got to get some of those meatballs. I want those meatballs so much. They're so cool.
After we're done.
Would you really?
Can I? It's inappropriate for me to hug you right now, probably.
Wait, is it on?
Yeah. No.
Oh, never mind. We'll be super cool and like disco.
Yeah, that's right.
But yes,
Did you pronounce your name?
Miguel.
Miguel.
Yeah, I know I totally look like one.
No, it's my last name's Sheldon. It's all good.
there you go. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I pronounce it correctly. Okay. Good. Welcome back to our coverage here at GAMA 2016 in Vegas. Sitting with me right now, I have Sarah Miguel from Cryptozoic.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. I see you have a whole pile of goodies, but
Yes.
what would you like to start with?
We're going to start with Mad Science Foundation. So this is an original IP that we were able to obtain at Gen Con this last year.
Cool.
We're very excited about it. It's going to have a $25 price point, so I think it's a really good price point for everything that's in the game. So the point of the game is you are trying to become the most infamous mad scientist.
Okay.
And so in this game, your typical victory points are infamy. So you're trying to score as much infamy as you can. So the point of the game is to create inventions with resources. So you'll have resources like cryptomium, lasers, dark matter, sharks, because who doesn't love lasers and sharks? And they're all in varying scarcities as well, so that changes kind of a little bit of strategy.
Okay.
And then once you're able to build your inventions, you then have to have resources to then push the red button. And then gain infamy.
Very cool.
I know, who doesn't like pushing red buttons? So that's the main gist of it. What happens in the game, though, is it's an I cut, you choose drafting mechanic. So
Okay.
each round, you'll draw an invention and then resources. And then the crooked director, who changes each round, yes, and this is her nice little standee right here. The crooked director chooses each round. She'll separate the piles into however she wants. There just has to be, say for 4 players, there have to be 4 piles. There can't be 3.
Right.
And then, but she gets to pick last.
Of course, yeah.
So there's strategy in that. And then there are also additional resources that come into the game as time goes on. To begin, the crooked director kind of just goes clockwise around until the crooked director is pulled out of the resource deck. Then you'll get the overworked researcher, sorry. And that will have you pulling 2 inventions out per round instead
Oh,
of
wow.
1 because
Okay.
they need more things to do. You'll get your truckload of cash, which is essentially kind of a wild card resource.
I want my truckload of cash.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Your sassy AI, which will give you 2 infamy each time you pick it up, but that's something, if you want to deter someone from picking up a card, you might just put the sassy AI by itself.
Gotcha, right,
Things
of
like that.
course, to make it
And then
less
last but
desirable.
not least, we have the spy, who, if you obtain him in a round, you can actually place it on someone's invention, built or unbuilt, and it'll keep them from building it or activating it.
Oh
that
my
round.
goodness, okay.
Yeah, so then, and then these resources will go back to the center of the pile each turn, and then it'll start all over.
Sounds very cool.
So yeah, that is kind of the gist of Mad Science, and it's all original artwork. It's and my favorite, I always point this out, is the Saboteur, because they all have little quirks.
Oh, it's cute.
So the
yeah.
Saboteur, this one, at the end of the game, you get to choose an opponent and gain 1 infamy for each unfinished invention they have. So you kind of have little side quests going on while you're building all your inventions.
That's very neat. It
Yeah.
looks great.
Quite fun. It'll be likely a Gen Con.
Okay, that was my
San Diego
question.
Comic-Con
So
release.
wonderful.
Yep.
What else would you like to
What
talk about
else?
today?
Well, let's go with Rick and Morty first. We'll just, for those of you who know Rick and Morty, we'll get some camera up here. This is a game based off of the Meeseeks and Destroy episode. So if you're familiar with Mr. Meeseeks, you'll know that they are brought into this world to help us with rather simple tasks, and they're not meant to be in this world for very long. So if you cannot complete the task at hand, you will typically call another Mr. Meeseeks. The more Mr. Meeseeks you have, the more hijinks ensue. The really cool thing about this game is it'll also be a collectible box. While this is just a prototype, the real deal will have a pushable button, like the box in the
Like
show.
a functioning button.
A functioning button that will have Justin Roiland voiceover, who is the voice
my
of Mr.
goodness.
Meeseeks. And so he'll say classic Mr. Meeseeks lines, and that is also part of the game. So I'm really excited about it. If only just to see how much trouble I can get into with Mr. Meeseeks.
I
Like,
suspect a lot.
obviously. And then, like the television show, this is more of a grown-up type game. It is called the Mr. Meeseeks Box of Fun Dice and Dares game, so there are some things that you'll have to do. So definitely more of an adult crowd.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. I have a number of friends that are a big fan of that
Yeah,
show.
I love it. We'll go ahead and talk about the Attack on Titan board game, The Last Stand. I know you were excited about this.
Well, it's by a designer,
Yes,
right?
Antoine
that some
Bauza
people might know.
and Ludovic Malblanc. They're very well-known designers. It's a different game for us in the sense that it's a one versus many, and it is as we refer to it, a tactical board game. So the board is actually a Titan that you will be climbing up.
Wow.
So you will be playing cards for attacks and rolling dice to help accomplish those attacks. And the goal of the game is obviously to beat the Titan, while the Titan is trying to either destroy your supply depot that you're trying to survive
Right,
in
right.
the last stand, or try and kill you. So, and thematically it's really great because you can make him vulnerable as much as you want, but you're not going to be able to kill him until you're up on his neck.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like in the show.
Yes. So we're really excited about this. Again, another Gen Con-ish release.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And what it's one versus many, but how many
It's
will
one
it play?
versus many. It'll be 2 to 5 players.
Excellent. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What
And
else?
then let's go Internal Affairs. So Internal Affairs is a secret identity game. You'll either be the triad or the police force, and they have both infiltrated each other. So yeah, so we're trying to figure out who everyone is, and you have roll card. Oh, that's not a roll. There we go. We've got roll cards. So you'll either be, these are triad, and then these are the police officers. And then everyone starts with 3 identity cards face down. You'll know what your identity is. Throughout the game, you're trying to figure out who else everyone is,
Right.
and you can do that by trying to guess their code that we've selected at the beginning of the game. So you'll have
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so you'll have a numerical code that you only know is face down. So I have 2, 9, and 15, and you'll want to put them as such.
Right.
So say someone hands me a 3. I will have to put it in the lineup face up where it would correspond.
wow,
So now they
okay.
know that everything to this side of it is either a 3 or lower.
Right.
Or everything to this side of it is a 3 and higher.
So a little bit of numerical deduction.
Yes,
Yeah,
and then
sequencing.
there are also action cards that you can play, like you can switch face down ID cards. So say I have these 2 face up. So it's a 50-50 shot at whether I am triad or police. And you can also use an action to peek at someone else's. So say someone's seen that I am triad. That's bad. I don't want them to know. So I can play an ID card where we swap to the other side, and they might give me another triad. They might give me a police, but they don't know.
They don't know.
So and then there's other things like you can look at someone's cards. You can avoid asking a question. You can ask an additional question. So it's a good social deduction
Yeah.
party game that really makes you kind of think about it.
Yeah, and this is certainly different from a lot of these other social deduction games I've seen. So that's
Yes,
cool.
there's a little, there's an additional layer of kind of complexity to it with the numbers.
Great. And this will play 2
This will
to
play 3 to 8.
3 to 8. Okay,
Yeah.
great. And this is a Gen Con release?
I believe so. Gen Con, San Diego Comic-Con.
Okay, excellent. Did you have anything else you wanted to cover?
We'll definitely cover the meeples. I know you're excited about those.
These meeples
are
are
rad.
pretty cool.
They're mighty meeples.
Of course.
So these two were from New York Toy Fair. So they are the first that have been released. They will be 1-inch wooden figures. The first line will include 30 different meeples. So you've got your villains, heroes, Catwoman, Poison Ivy,
And they're
Hawk
all
Girl.
licensed,
They're all
correct?
licensed,
Okay,
correct. They'll be, I think, 1 inch in size, and then these ones are silver because they were exclusive. But like Superman will be red, Batman will have blue, so they'll be a little bit more thematic. And they'll come in a blind bag 3-pack for $2.99, or we'll be also doing additional SKUs of like Justice League meeples and so on and so forth. So those will be available also at Gen Con, San Diego Comic-Con.
Awesome.
And then a couple other things to note. We're doing a poker assault game. This is by Ben Chikoski, who's done like the Versus system. And, it is a push your luck poker attack game. So if you know basic poker hands, you can attack your player and then defend likewise. This will be at a $20 price point, and it'll come with 4 legal poker decks. So you'll have, and they'll be themed. So you'll have the Vampire Court, the Space Invaders, the Rocket Patrol, and the Wolf Clan. And then they each have special abilities as well that kind of theme. Like the Vampire Court is very life draining. So they'll suck life from you to heal themselves. The Wolf Pack can kind of, their cards can change suits. So very thematic in that regard. And then Cartoon Network Crossover Crisis. I know we were excited about this.
I'm a big fan of some of this stuff.
It is, I mean, and the best part is it takes Cartoon Network cartoons from future, past and present. So you've got Dexter's Lab, you've got Johnny Bravo, you've got Samurai Jack, but you also have Steven Universe and Clarence and
Adventure
Gumball
Time,
and Adventure Time. The big thing with these is that's the little wrinkle because it is a Cerebus engine deck builder, so it is compatible with all of our other deck builders. We are adding a bit more of a social element to it. Like if we take a look at Finn and Jake here, they pay 1 less to fist bump. So there are fist bump cards where you will literally fist bump your bros. There are also event cards that if you do not do them, you gain a weakness, and I'll get to the weaknesses in a minute. So like for this one, everyone in turn must act like a different zoo animal convincingly for 10 seconds or gain a weakness.
So it's actually like I would have to act like
Yes.
Okay.
It's getting
All
you
right.
out there and getting you actually doing something.
Excellent.
Being a little bit more involved. And then the weaknesses, wherever those ran off to, different from before. They're all unique. They all have different text on them as before, where in the original, they were just -1 victory point, and they had art on it. These are now no longer worth negative victory points, but it's something negative you have to do. Like this one, you cannot buy cards with cost 3 this turn, or you cannot smile or laugh this turn if you do gain another weakness, and you have to complete it before you can discard it.
Gotcha. Okay. Very cool. And I like how it might be hard to see in the camera, but all the art seems to really align thematically with what the cards can do. So that's really fun.
They're fantastic. And some of the other abilities for certain cards, like the promo for this first print run, is Dee Dee from Dexter's Lab, and her special ability revolves around destroying equipment.
As it should.
Don't know how much more thematic it can get than that.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, but when will that be releasing?
This will actually be out April 14th.
Oh, so very, very,
yes,
really
next
soon.
month. Yes,
That's almost
next month.
ready.
Yep,
Excellent.
It is almost here. We're very
Alrighty.
excited about it. And then last but not least, we're going to give a little teaser into our next Ghostbusters, the board game 2.
Right. This was a big announcement. That just happened.
We just announced it. It'll be on Kickstarter sometime in April. We haven't announced the date yet, but we're very excited. This is just a quick look-see at some of the new tiles that will be here. And for those Ghostbusters fans, you'll notice there's some pink mood slime and ooze floating around. These are a little bit small. These are much smaller than that. These are just kind of prototypes that we've been playing with.
Alrighty.
But some additional things that you can look for in this next game are different kinds of slimes. So in the original game, there was just slimes and you'd lose actions.
Right.
For this one, you can lose 1 maneuver, 1 to hit, 1 to line of sight, movement. So there's a bit more variety in there, and that can change your strategy. You can also switch between proton streams and slime pack or slime blower. You'll also go searching through ooze piles. So there will be ooze piles on the map, and you will pull up things like an event, which I'll pull up an event card, or an equipment card. And those, so we've got equipment cards, which are used once per scenario, and typically 4 scenarios make up a campaign. So you'll want to wait and make sure you use it at an appropriate time. You can't just go, oh, I want to use my Ghost Bomb all the time, every round. Like, it's very important to make sure you're utilizing it when it's necessary. So we've got Ghost Bombs, the Spades Catalog, Ecto Goggles, a Proton Pistol, just adding a bit more depth to the game. And then the events add additional win conditions. So it's not just revolving around closing gates anymore. There's additional things you're gonna have to do in order to win. So these are just a couple of the different events. So like this one is I See You. A giant spectral eye appears at this space. At the end of the next round, if there are no Ghostbusters within the line of sight of the eye, the event is cleared. So you want to try and avoid that. And then like you just want to get away. And then if it's a success, you gain an additional XP. If you fail, you lose 1 line of sight. So it's something else while you're trying to bust ghosts, like, oh no, like real life, you know?
Very much so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's
Cool.
just the top tip of the iceberg.
Well, that's exciting. I
Yeah.
know that when that was announced, there was a lot of buzz around it, so it'll be
Yes.
interesting to see. And that hits Kickstarter in the relatively near future, or
It's April.
April. Okay,
April.
so that's
we'll
pretty
have
soon.
it. Yes, we have a date. We'll be announcing it soon.
That sounds
Yeah.
great. Well, thank you so much for joining us
Thank
today,
you.
and thank you everybody for watching. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I'm like, get it out.
Let's grab you over here. As we walk over, they want to know, will we be able to open this up and show it to everyone on our live stream?
Sorry, which game?
Attack on
No.
Titan.
It is a mock box.
It's a mock box.
unfortunately.
You guys heard that? It's a mock box. We're sorry.
Sorry. I apologize.
So you won't be seeing those Attack on Titan pieces. You won't be seeing those Attack on Titan pieces because it's a mock box.
True, I can't imagine dealing with.
Hey, Sarah, come around if you would.
Right, will do.
We have a bunch of
Have a seat
audience
over here.
questions.
And I will do my best to answer them.
No problem. Hi, how are you? I'm Z. Good to meet you.
Sarah, nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
Z like
You
the
just
letter.
got a whole bunch of, oh no, oh no. They were all
Box.
excited to see Attack on Titan.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's really pretty, I promise. It's a big Titan, single thing. It's really awesome. We've been spending a lot of time engineering it, trying to make sure it will indeed fit in the box. So, and
Cool.
that no one will have to assemble anything, and it'll be awesome.
Got it.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, a couple of questions for you. We wanted to get a few more details on the Poker Assault game.
Okay, yes.
And how it works, number of players, that sort of thing. If you
Yes.
guys can give us just a few more details on that.
Yeah, so it'll be a 2 to 4 player game.
Okay.
We'll just discuss the 2-player variant for now, as the 4-player can get a little convoluted if I don't have everything. I only have 2 decks anyway.
Okay. Is it a two-player game that can play with 4?
Yes.
Is that the idea?
Well, there are additional rule variants for
Okay,
them.
okay.
So separate rule sets. So there are the different themed decks, as I mentioned. I currently have with me the Wolf Pack and the Vampire Court. So we'll take a quick look at just some of the cards. They're obviously very thematic. Some cards will have an assault power on them, and some have defense. If I can find one.
While you're doing that,
Yes.
Attack on Titan, they're asking, does
Yes.
the back of the box have a picture of it? They're
You
asking,
guys are
we don't know.
chomping at the bit for it. I don't think so. Nope. Product images to come
Product
here.
images to come. We're so sorry.
Product images. It will just.
It actually says product images to come.
It is not a final. It's not a final box. The deck builder currently has very similar art on it, so they're just placeholder images for the time
Okay.
being.
So yeah, just a quick overview of how it, a few more details. People
Yes.
wanted to know a little more.
So what you'll be doing is you'll have each player will have a 5-card hand, and you'll have 10 hit points.
Okay.
The goal is obviously to get your opponent to 0.
Okay.
So I start with my 10-card hand. Currently, not that your opponent would know, I have at least a 3 of a kind,
Right.
which is a decent hand to start. I would like to try and build a 4 or 5-card hand. When I build a 4 or 5-card hand, I get, well, a 4 of a kind or better. I get a special card.
Got it.
That would be vampire cards. So these are power cards when you build a power hand. So I want to try and go for that, but if I can take down my opponent in any way, I should go for it. So I'll go ahead and you'll play one at a time and draw one at a time. So
So are you building that poker hand on the table?
on the
then?
table, and it has to be a legal poker hand. And then, so I've got 3 6s,
Let
which
me
is
grab a
great.
few of the cards while you're talking.
Yeah.
People want to see them.
Sure thing. And then I got really lucky and picked up 2 8s. But for the sake of not saying I didn't have an 8, say I put down that 8 and I
Okay.
didn't have another 8.
Okay,
That hand would be a wash because it is now not a legal poker hand.
got it. So say high card is not one of the legal plays in
No,
this game.
it has to be 2 pair or better.
Two pair-
Sorry, a pair or better. My apologies. My
Okay, a
apologies. 2
pair
pairs.
at least or better.
Yes. So it could be a pair twos,
Okay, okay.
but that would be pretty easy to defend against.
Sure.
So say I did play that 8. Now, I would get my power card, and this would now be the time for the... So this power card is discard this and gain 3 health.
Okay,
So I can save that for when I start getting attacked, which would be really helpful.
And
gotcha,
some of them are themed on assaults or defenses as well,
Yes.
and help with that as well.
gotcha.
So at this point, I have my 3 6s and 2 8s, and the defender will now try to defend against them. You can defend either by playing a 6 of any suit for these, or it has to be the same suit and higher. So any 6 can beat any of these 6s.
Got it.
Or a 7 of hearts can beat the 6 of hearts, or a king of hearts can beat the 6 of hearts, so on and so
Or
forth.
this nine of spade can beat the 8
Yeah.
spade. So getting an ace out there is really powerful.
And then there's strategy involved depending on if you get play an assault card or a defense card.
Okay.
The defense card will be great. This card can defense against cards of any suit. So that's really helpful.
Gotcha, gotcha.
For this one, the assault, when you launch a power assault with this card, draw an additional power card. So that one's maybe not the best example. Let me see if I can find another one. So
I think we've got an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I just wanted people to. I think they wanted a little more information as to
Yeah.
sort of the general flow of the game.
Exactly. And
Definitely.
each
We got
card
that,
that
yeah.
gets through is worth a point of damage.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And with some of the assault cards, there is a priority over which ones you want to defend against over others.
Cool. There was another Rick and Morty game announced earlier
Yes.
this year. Any information on that front?
So that's Total Recall. So it'll be a party card game, and it's based off of the episode Total Recall, where the family is the house is infested with these termites, these parasites that embed themselves in your memory and with super positive memories. So you just assume they've been there forever. It's not weird that a unicorn has appeared out of thin air. They've always. And so the game is based around figuring out who is real and who is a parasite.
Gotcha.
And so in the episode, how they figure it out is they only have happy memories of the parasites. The people who are real, they have negative memories of. So that's how they figure it out. So it's a light party game, probably 30-minute play time, 2 to 5 players, I believe.
2 to 5 players,
2 to
and
5.
it also has an advanced variant where, like Sleepy
Yes.
Gary is inside the episode.
Yes.
You might have a parasite ally that you're with,
Yes.
and you're trying to get the parasites to win, so you can definitely
Gotcha.
ramp up the play.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have a time frame on that one when it might be out?
Gen Con.
Gen Con.
We
Okay.
planned
one's actually out
Gen-
quarter 2.
Oh, quarter 2. My apologies.
Okay, so
Yeah.
a little sooner.
Yeah, a
Excellent.
little sooner.
Awesome. And then, any other IPs coming up for the Cerberus deck building engine that you guys can talk about or hint at?
This one too.
Attack on Titan has a deck builder
Attack on
coming.
Titan, and it may have the ship in the card game.
Well,
There's 2 games.
Gotcha.
there's
going to be
2. Yeah.
No, I know, but
And
it,
no, we don't have pictures of the back of the box.
it may
Yeah.
be in the deck builder
May, you
also.
know. The,
Sorry, please.
Sorry, the deck builder is really cool. It's probably our largest departure from the Cerberus engine to date. It's completely cooperative from the get-go, which is very different from our other deck builders. You usually have to have the Crisis for DC to make it co-op.
Gotcha.
The lineup will actually symbolize the wall, and there will be tokens that on one side is the Titan and on the other side is you. And so you have little figures that you'll be moving around along the lineup to obtain cards or to fight the Titan.
Defend, right.
And so you kind of have to pick and choose whether you want to be buying cards or defeating Titans. And you can't just ignore the Titans because they will eventually break down that wall. And once that part of the wall is broken, that part of the lineup is no longer available.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, one final thing, which is kind of a 1-2
Yep.
punch. Ghostbusters 2.
Yes.
Yes.
Will it be compatible with 1?
It is a standalone expansion, so
So
it is
yes,
compatible with
and
one
on its own.
and on its own. So it'll
And-
expand upon. Yeah.
Right. And And somebody wanted to know, will there be a Statue of Liberty mini in there?
We
Maybe.
can't talk about what we have
I don't know.
100% yet. But
Somebody was like, ooh!
No, I don't
Statue of
blame them.
Liberty!
The Statue of Liberty is a very big part of the movie. We will be announcing more information about the Kickstarter
Awesome.
soon, so stay tuned.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great talking to you guys.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you.
Yes.
thank you guys.
All right.
Yes, it's a
cool.
pleasure.
Good luck, guys. We'll see you.
Thank you.
I see Suzanne back with Stoneblade, and we're going to talk about Tom's favorite game of the convention because it's Schrodinger hats.
When we have this camera recording, and they'll let us know, I'll clap, and we'll be good to go as soon as they're set over there. Right? I mean, what are you gonna do but make faces? I'm like, whatever. All right, put on a dance show. We're ready. We are born ready.
Woo!
Right.
Woo!
Before, don't forget to clap.
Yes, sir. Captain Sam, sir. Welcome back to our GAMA 2016 coverage here at Las Vegas. With me today, I have Justin Gary from Stoneblade Entertainment.
Hello, good to be here.
Welcome. It's
I'm
great
excited.
to have you. I see some beautiful foil stuffing for me. Tell me what you brought.
So this is our shiny Year 2 Collector's Edition for Ascension. We just released it over the holidays, and it is a very limited supply. So it's basically all of the stuff that we released in our Year 2 of our product. This is now our 6th year of doing Ascension.
Amazing,
And we
wow.
announced that our 10th set, Ascension X War of Shadows, is going to be coming out in June.
Okay.
We just announced that at the show. But here we're taking all of our premium content. We're adding foil cards to it. We have a nice foiled board. We have a tin that it comes in, a little carry case that can actually hold all the stuff that's custom
Wow.
made for this product. So this one is like, if you're a big Ascension fan, you know, this is like the way to kind of collect it. This is the way I wanted the game to exist in the first place. I couldn't afford that at the time. Now we can do it nice and shiny.
Right.
So this is available now. We only do one print run of these. So it's once they're out, they're out. This
It's
is the
gone.
collector's edition thing. So there's still some left now. Year 1 is already sold out. You cannot get it anymore.
Okay.
But Year 2 is still here, and it will be for probably another couple months before we run through our stock. So I just wanted to show it off to the audience here. It's got, you know, Storm of Souls, Immortal Heroes, all of the promo cards that we released during that year. And so for players who are like your audience and people here that's like the core gamers, these are some of the highest skill strategy sets that we've ever done. So that Year 2 is really a big, it's been a big hit with a lot of the sort of more
Yeah.
core gamer crowd. So this one's a great one to collect and give as a gift. And so it's $99.99, and I just wanted to kind of show off the pretties.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's beautiful. The foil on the board and this carrying case is really pretty. Nicely done.
Yeah, I don't do the graphic stuff, but my graphic designer is
Well,
he
you
killed
make
it
good
on this.
decisions.
Yes, that's right. I have good executive decisions.
But you brought something else
I
too,
did
right?
bring
So
something
why don't we take
else.
a quick look
and
at
this,
that?
This is brand new, and it is Schrodinger's hats. It is a real shift over some of the stuff that we've done before, but it has gotten the best reaction of any game we've ever made. We were playing it at the demo night last night, and people were hooting and hollering, and the tables were shouting, and it was so
I heard
much
it.
fun. Yeah?
I heard it. Like the response has been amazing.
So I'll explain the game real quick. So it's kind of like a cross between Liar's Dice and Uno. You have different colored hats. So you have top hats, fezzes, and bowlers. They're yellow, blue, or red. You can have doubles, wilds, that kind of thing. And what will happen is everybody has a hand of 5 cards. You then make a bid on the number of a given hat type or color you think are in everyone's hands combined.
Okay.
So the game can play actually 2 to 10 players.
Nice.
And you make a bid based on what you think everyone has, and the next person has to either raise the bid. So let's say I bid 6 red hats. The next person would have to say 7 of a kind or higher. So they could say 7 bowlers or 7 red or whatever. And then so on until somebody says, no, I don't believe it. They challenge, everybody shows their hands. And then the reason we call it Schrodinger's hats is because it's uncertain how many there are until you actually look. And then you also add the top card of the deck, and if it's equal to or less than the bid, equal to or higher than the bid, then the person who challenged loses a card for the next hand. If it was less than, then the person who made the bid loses a card for the next hand. You shuffle, redeal, and you play until only one person has cards. So really fun. You have things like skip cards too, which kind of you can just play and like not have to take a bid and pass it around. The game plays in 15 to 45 minutes depending upon the number of players. It's only $9.99 price point. This is not even this is the first time we've shown this off to anybody, and I really love. I want to get people's feedback too, because the name, the look, everything like that is something we've been taking feedback from the show. This is the first time anybody has been able to kind of look at this and give feedback, and we can still make adjustments. We'll be doing this and bringing it to Kickstarter in a couple months, and then launching it over the summer. So it's really fun. I look forward to getting people's feedback on it and getting to play with it. And yeah, this has killed so many hours of productivity in our office since we had it made. We just like, all right, let's play a couple games, and it's really a lot of fun and really great for like your family and anybody that's like not like a core gamer. You can bring them in pretty easily with this. It's a pretty fast, fun social game.
Excellent. Yeah, I was in the game night last night, and I was like, everybody's looking, what table is making all that noise? And we looked over, and you had your table sign up there. I was like, all right, we got to go check it out.
Yeah, so it's really fun. We'll be playing some more around here, and we'll be reaching out to the audience and talking about that stuff. But it's that's what we got.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing more.
Hooray!
And thank you everybody for watching. We will see you next time.
Good. Cool.
Nicely done. This is so cute.
It's really fun.
Yes. Let's get off your microphone and bring you over.
Okay.
I'm going to bring over the board. I think people are going to want to see the board and some of
And
these
the foil cards.
Some of these
that
foil
are so
cards.
shiny.
So I'll bring over a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay.
And we'll talk stuff. And then okay, we've got some of the foil cards with me. This is gorgeous. Let's see, where are we? Okay. Look at these foil cards. See, are they gorgeous? They're gorgeous.
The foil.
They're foil and they're gorgeous looking. Look at that. It's hard to see. Can you see the foil?
How you doing, Justin?
Hey, how's it going?
See ya.
Good to see you too.
All right, so we're seeing here if we can get some questions for you. Maybe show off some close-ups, some
Yeah,
things.
we've got a lot of these shiny foil cards here. We also got close-ups of the Schrodinger's hat stuff because I really want to get feedback on what people think.
I'm almost thinking you should change all the hats to Tom's different hats and make a Dice Tower version of the game.
I like that idea.
So, quick question here. People are asking about the tin for this.
Yes.
If it is going to be available just in a tin, if you were thinking of possibly doing a boxed version of it later down the road.
This product is available only in a tin. Like I said, for people that want to, aren't as a fan of the tin, everything fits inside of the little carry case that comes inside of it. So you don't need to necessarily keep the tin around if that's not your thing. But we got a pretty good response from the tin from a lot of people. So that's kind of this product.
Both worlds here.
Right, exactly. And if you want, obviously we have our traditional boxes for the base games as normal. But this is the premium product is tin based.
Okay, cool. Now, as far as and this one word is one of my Achilles' heels.
Schrodinger's hat.
Schrodinger.
And so this is one of the things. We actually have been thinking about changing the name because of exactly that problem.
Well, I was going to ask you, how did you settle on the theme and how did you settle on the name?
Right. So we have this is kind of just our internal, we had it as our internal playtest name, and we kind of chuckled on it because we like the Schrodinger's cat thing.
It's great.
You don't know what's going on with the different cards in hand. We also have sort of a more generic theme we were contemplating, which was just like Liar's cards because it's kind of a cross between Liar's Dice and Uno. So that's sort of more basic and could maybe appeal to a wider audience, or Liar's Hats is a combination of those two. So we really are not finalized on this. This is the first time we're showing it off, and we want to get feedback. So this is the first time any fans or anybody's been able to see this. So if you guys in the chat or people that are watching have thoughts, we're still wrestling with it because I like this and it's kind of a cool science-y kind of joke reference. I like the funny hats, but I worry that people are going to have trouble saying the name and people aren't going to know what it is. So it's one of the challenges that we're kind of going out in the open and saying, what's the right thing to do.
Yeah, and also, how come you went from the obvious cats idea to hats also?
Well, there was another Schrodinger's Cats card game out there that was made not that long ago, so we didn't want to just duplicate and make the same thing. We did think about doing putting the hats onto cats to make the link even better, but so we just sort of thought the key with this game is you need something that you can shift types and colors to make it work because you can bid either, and that's part of what makes the game work. So it was easier to do that with hats than with cats.
Yes.
Sure, of course, right.
And the hats theme is great. Hats, I mean, Everyone loves hats. You hear Tom in the background right now. Tom, he came back saying, "No. We're talking about how much you like the theme with the hats in it."
Right.
Oh,
This is
I really
perfect,
well,
right?
Come
this was
over.
my game.
That's right. We gotta. I think we gotta make
There's
a
even
dice power version. Yes.
There's a blue derby in there.
We're gonna work on the final hats. This is the closest we got for that
I'll
right
take
now.
a picture and send this to you.
I like it. I like it.
One just more general question here. People want to know what game got you into the hobby.
Well, so I've been gaming for a long time, but I really Magic was the one that really hooked me. I mean, I was a professional Magic player.
Yeah, and a
for
lot of people
many
might
years.
not know that, but Justin is a big time Magic player.
When I was 17, I won the U.S. National Magic Championships, and that kind of put me into a career path that really changed my life forever. So I paid my way through college playing Magic, and I kind of got me into the game design industry. So I mean, before that, I was a D&D player. I played tons of board games, Talisman, and a bunch of others. That was like I was playing, but Magic really changed my life in a way that's pretty crazy.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. I am going to ask
There you
if there's any other upcoming tidbits you can tell us about. Anything you're working on, maybe want to drop a little hint.
Yeah, well, so like I said, we talked about, I mentioned it briefly on the stream, but we just announced our 10th Ascension set, so it's Ascension X War of Shadows, and we just that's coming out in June, and we'll be spoiling more stuff on AscensionGame.com about the details and mechanics for that. Super fun, really cool new mechanic we have for that. We have our other digital projects, Soulforge, which I co-designed with Richard Garfield, the creator of Magic. We have a big release for that coming out in a couple months. You can play the game right now for free on Android, iOS, and Steam. But we're doing a complete overhaul of the client, brand new user interface, brand new features, brand new everything with the same cool core gameplay.
Gotcha.
So I'm really excited about that. That's probably coming next couple of months.
Okay.
It's definitely coming next couple of months. I won't commit to a specific date because I've learned that lesson the hard way a few
Oh, yeah,
times.
you bet.
And then we have another game, Labyrinth, that we've been working on with another team up in San Francisco, which is a tactical RPG CCG combo. And that one's it's the most ambitious project I've ever worked on. So I was the lead designer on the World of Warcraft miniatures game, which was, we had a really cool tick timing innovation system for how that game worked, and we used a modified version of that in this new game. So you have a party of characters, you go adventuring in dungeons, you move around, and each character has its own deck of cards that they use to play cards and combo, and then you build dungeons that other people come and try to raid.
Wow.
So it's really fun. That one is in super early stage. We did the Kickstarter for it back in November, and it's in like a alpha, early access on Steam right now. You can get it, but it's got a lot of new things coming, and we're actively developing that as it goes. So a lot of things keeping me busy.
It's nice to see you branching out also to this style of sort of more traditional almost card game,
Yeah.
And that's a nice direction that you're pursuing as well.
Yeah, I love, doing things like this is just a really fun break for me from the sort of giant,
Right, every card is a bunch of
everything's
text and powers and
so,
things, right.
So it's really a lot of fun. Everybody that's played this has loved it, without fail. It's gotten the best reaction for stuff, and I get my family to come sit around and play it, and so I'm really looking forward to showing this off and hear more feedback from everybody.
Well, people are saying they like the name. I saw Pavlov's Noggins. I also saw Liar's Lids go by as we were talking, but a lot of people said thumbs up to Schrodinger's hats because they're science geeks also, and they love the name.
Right. Cool. Very
awesome.
cool.
Good talking to you,
Thank you, man. My pleasure.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Yes.
Good seeing you.
Yes, thank you so
All
much.
righty, everybody, let's send it back over there.
Yep, Suzanne's with a Renegade now. Let's see what they have on store for us.
There's a plan. There's a plan, Sam.
Just want to make sure.
Okay, so just get a few of these organized. I'll let you do this one since you're
Yes, ma'am. I'm
more
happy
than
you
capable.
put me to job.
This one's really easy to set up. But we're not going to see all of it, I don't think, which is totally fine.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of excitement for Apotheca.
I was really surprised. So before they announced it that I was working for Apotheca, my husband and I
Look at that UV.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I don't have any idea how that's going to show
I
up
don't
on
either, to be
screen,
honest with
but
you.
it's
But
okay. So my husband and I own a game store, and one of our sales reps from GTS calls us up, and he's like, "Have you heard of this game Apotheca? It looks really amazing. I'm super excited about it. If you haven't pre-ordered, you need to." And he's never done that before. We've been in business for 10 years, and he's never called us that excited about a game. And we're like,
I need one. I don't know.
yeah.
it hit at a really bad time for me for Kickstarters. So on the Dice Tower, I do the app reviews, and now I do the Kickstarter segments.
Okay.
So Scott, that's why Scott was talking to me about the app so much, because I do.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
And,
Okay.
Apotheka hit when I was, like it's a budget thing, right? I'm like, but like it was so, like I held off and finally I'm like, all right, I'll back it. I have to get this game.
So you bagged it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. I don't know which ones of these cards are gonna show up all right.
I wouldn't worry about it too much. To be honest, the camera's only going to pick up so much detail. You just want to, like what you say, will whet people's appetites, and the board's impressive and things like that too. And the beautiful little gem. There's a lot of work went into these, right? I think I remember seeing some updates where it's like, these are such a pain in the neck, but worth it.
This lady come by the booth yesterday, and she owns like a kids store, and so like educational stuff. She was like, "This is a really cool looking game, but these pieces are too sharp. I could never sell this in my store." I'm like,
Okay. If you want to clip this like right on the V of your shirt.
Sure.
And then, do you have a pocket or
I
a
do.
waistband that you could, this little clippy goes
My
into?
phone in there, but we can put this.
Yeah, just so this doesn't fall off awkwardly for you.
Yeah.
And if you want to put the boxes down here, we can just hold the lids on or whatever you're comfortable with, to be honest.
Perfect. Yeah. So you're not. Oh, you're gonna help? Oh, you're the best.
Yeah, teamwork, right? There we go. I like it. That should be, I don't think I got that one. Oh my goodness. There we go. Yay! Oh my goodness.
That was way more work. Got it though.
All right. Almost ready? Oh, well, you can leave the boxes up. It's up to you.
Oh.
If you want to, like, put them up or not or whatever. Because I think I can put this.
They're gonna.
Do you want me to put it, like, they won't show up there, but we have to have the front camera here.
Oh.
So then we can do that. So does that work for you?
Yes. Okay. We're missing a few components here. I didn't think about the front camera.
It's okay. I wouldn't worry about it. And again, just build excitement, give the overview, the feel.
Oh, I do need a stack of these.
For mechanisms, things like that.
That makes sense. Awesome. Figure these out so I can show.
And what's your full name?
Sarah Erickson.
Sarah Erickson. From Renegade Games. Or Renegade Studios, or Renegade.
Officially Renegade Games Studios, but as much of that as you can remember and get in there is fine.
We'll do our best. I think we are set. I'm going to clap once to set the microphone.
Okay, perfect.
So don't be startled.
Oh, quick question. So are you're gonna ask me some question, I'll just answer and talk about it? Or
what I'm going to just do is I'm going to introduce you, and I'm going to say, what did you bring to show me? And you can start wherever you want, and then we can transition to the second one, and then say thanks for coming.
Okay, perfect. That's good.
And I'll probably make excited noises because I'm excited.
Perfect.
Sarah Erickson from Renegade Games Studios.
Sarah, have a H on the end?
Nope.
Renegade Studios?
Yep. Renegade Games Studios.
The red button has been pushed. The red button. Who doesn't love pushing a red button? Go, Pokey Finger, go.
All right. Captain Hunting.
You guys saying something? Were you guys saying something you should have been saying?
No.
Like the microphone's right in front of you, people are going, don't tell them they're on. Ooh, we can hear everything.
They're just fooling around.
Okay.
Should we? What do you think we are? All right. You ready? I'm going to clap, don't forget. Okay.
Here we go. Be good.
Welcome back to our GAMA 2016 coverage in Las Vegas. Sitting with me right now, I have Sarah Erickson from Renegade Games Studios. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. I see that you brought some beautiful things to look at, so why don't you tell us about them?
Yeah, thank you very much. We have some really exciting games coming out. First one I want to tell you about is the World's Fair, and this is a beautiful game that is designed around the theme of the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, and that was a really cool time period in our United States history, and there's even been a fantastic book written about it, but this game really does focus on that great history with a really light Euro theme to it. In this game, you're going to be sending supporters out to different areas of the fair, so it's an area control game, but it's also a set collection game. Once you send those areas area control pieces out, you're going to be collecting these cards. As you take those cards, if you have control of the correct areas, then you can turn them into these sets of tokens. At the end of the game, you're going to get points for the sets of tokens. So it's a really easy mechanic to follow, but there's a lot of great strategy in this one.
Very cool. And how many players does it play?
It supports up to 4 players, so it's 2 to 4. Another really exciting thing about this game is that it is based off of the 1893 World's Fair, and the book that was written about that time period was A Devil in the White City. In 2017, there's going... That's okay. That's okay. It's always better the second time, right?
Very sorry.
It's yours.
No problem.
It's yours.
You just gotta.
That keeps on having. That's my job. I messed up. I'm so sorry. You did a great job. Good dry run. Good dry run.
Oh, okay.
That was good. That was good. You're a pro.
Can I take this off?
Oh, actually, oh, and it's got your phone in it. That can't be comfy.
No, it's fine. I just don't want to forget about it, but
Fix your collar on the back.
thank you.
Not getting freshmen.
It's all good intentions.
Sorry, guys.
Now you know what you're gonna say.
I do. Even better.
Welcome back to our GAMA 2016 coverage here in Las Vegas. Sitting with me right now, I have Sarah Erickson from Renegade Games Studios. Welcome.
Thank you so much. How's it going?
It is going great. I'm really excited to hear about these beautiful games that you brought.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we brought the World's Fair. This is a really cool game that's based on the 1893 World's Fair, and that's a really neat time period in history. There was even a book written about it recently, A Devil in the White City, 2017. There's actually going to be a movie about that book.
I didn't know that.
It's really great. It's actually going to be directed by Martin Scorsese and has Leonardo DiCaprio in it, so we're really super excited to see that movie, but this is just a wonderful theme, and also a really great game as well. It's a light Euro game where you're doing some area control, so you're sending supporters out to different areas of the fair to gain their support, and as you do that, you'll also be collecting some of these cards around the table. At the end of each scoring phase, you're going to redeem these cards that you've taken for these tokens, but only if you control the appropriate areas. So there's a great amount of strategy. There's some really interesting choices that you make, but in the end, it's a set collection, area control game with some really cool mechanics in between.
Yeah, and I love how the art really seems very in keeping with the era. It's beautiful design.
Yeah.
Now, these are wedges that are attached to this center wheel. Is the board game modular, or is it just kind of for convenience of components to have that?
No, it's absolutely modular. Every time you play it, it's going to be different. Another
That's very
thing
cool.
I really think is just smart in the design is that this piece at the top switches depending on how many players you have in the game. It's just
It's very
really
clever.
obvious. Very, very cool.
And so that's how it adjusts for its player count, which is
2 to 4.
excellent. Very cool. Is there anything else you want to share about World's Fair?
This is coming out in May, so it's really soon, and we're really excited for it to come out.
Well, thank you. And then over here,
Yes, this is Apotheca, another one of our absolutely gorgeous games coming out. I just can't get over the beautiful artwork in this game. This one is a puzzle game really at its core. The goal is to try and get 3 of the same color of potion into this a row or a column at the same time. If you do that, you collect them and score 1 point. You only need to get to 3 points to win the game, but it's actually very difficult to get those in the right place because everybody has these cards, they're apothecaries, that allow you to move these tiles around on the board in various ways. Since everybody has different ways to move things, you have to pay attention to how you can move your own pieces on your turn, but also how that's going to affect your opponents as well.
and I don't know if it's picking up on the camera or not, but this board is gorgeous, just in art. But I've noticed that you guys have this lovely UV coating hotspots around the board that just really makes it pop.
Yeah, absolutely. We love working with really detailed designers, and Andrew, who worked on this game with us, is just fantastic about paying attention to those little details that make the game just that much prettier and that much more fun to play.
And what's the player count on this one?
This one is also 1 to 4 players, actually.
Okay.
It does have a special rule set that's just for single player gameplay, and it's really a little bit different, so that's neat using the same components. But But it's great at 2, 3, and 4 players. At 4 players, you can play it as teams, which also is really a great way to do it.
That's very cool. I know a lot of my gaming circle, they really enjoy playing solitaire games or games on their own, so it's great that you've included that mode for them. And what's the release date on Apotheca?
This one's going to come out late April, early May, so
soon?
about a month before this. But
Okay.
yes, very soon. We are just getting this into our warehouse now, and we want to make sure we organize that and get that to the retail stores and make sure everybody's got it at the same time. But yes, it's coming out very shortly.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I'm really excited about these games. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you next time. 2 takes, not bad.
Hey, yeah, fine with that. No worries.
Oh God, they're so gorgeous. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this game's very cool.
I'm supposed to be like semi-professional on it.
Okay, let's bring that back.
Is that would not be her?
I can't see this.
Where are we?
Hang out with this.
Got you again.
Oh my! You should have seen it today when I went to my. I'm gonna film it because it happens every time. I think I can actually catch it on camera. When I go to put the card into the door, there is a spark, a visible spark. I'm gonna film it. Hi, come and join us.
Hey, awesome.
Here, why don't you sit on this side of me, please? Alrighty, Sarah, good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's
We are
it
going to see. It's going well. How are you doing?
I'm gonna be Jason.
Good.
So hi everybody. We have Sarah from Renegade.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We get it. Alrighty, so here we go. We are going to be seeing if the interwebs has some questions for you. They want to know what kind of things are you promoting in World's Fair? I guess they mean what kind of attractions are there?
We could say something like there's a ton of different artwork on the cards that talks about all the individual different things that actually happen at the fair. It's really historically accurate.
Right.
There's a lot of research done about it. What kinds of things are you?
I'm not sure. It's a strange question. World's Fair release and MSRP. Do you guys have that stuff already?
Yeah, so the release is May and MSRP is $40.
40. Okay, cool. Ideas for expansion for Apotheca, if that comes to be. I always love the questions. It really says something about our industry, where you are showing a game no one has ever seen. They have no idea about how the game plays, when it's coming out, but we want to know about the expansions for that game.
I do know that the apothecary cards themselves that have the different ways that you move the pieces around on the board, because they're cards, those do lend themselves very easily to making more of those. And so we do have a few of those in the works, not as an expansion, but for extra little things that we can give out,
promos, that
promotional
sort of thing.
materials. So we have some of that in the works.
Okay, very cool, very cool. Let's see if there's anything else here. Okay. Yes, Jason took a break. We definitely needed a break. Somebody's asking, what's the hardest part of owning a gaming store?
The business
I guess they
part of it.
caught you talking about that before you got going. So they were like, ooh, she's a store owner. Let's ask about that.
Oh yeah, it's
So
definitely the
part.
business part of it.
Well,
And
what do you mean by the business part?
just all of the financial stuff and the managerial side of things, and making sure that you buy new chairs when you need to, and keeping the store clean, all that part of it. But dealing with the people and the products is really the best part. That's, if you're really passionate about gaming, that's just the fun part.
The paperwork, it sounds like.
Favorite taxes. I'm gonna go with taxes.
Yes. Taxes is a winner.
Yep.
All right, what else have we got here? Question, what is your favorite game?
What is my favorite game? I would say it really depends on the group that I'm playing with, because if you have the best game in the entire world, then it still isn't going to be the best with my 7-year-old nephew.
Right,
So I really like bigger, more challenging games with really big rule books. I just played Trajan recently. Again,
Really?
I love that game, but I played it. I like The
Wow.
Village. I like really sort of nitty-gritty economic type games. So
Cool.
Zolkin is really high up there.
Which one?
Zolkin.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, you're past my complexity level. I'll play those, but yeah, you like the meaty stuff, and I'm much lighter gamer.
Dungeon Pets. I'm gonna go with that as my final answer.
Yeah.
It's silly and it's got all that nitty gritty stuff. It's
You like it
perfect.
better than the first one? than the Dungeon Lords?
Dungeon
was
Lord,
it?
I do. I like it better than Dungeon Lords.
All right, cool. MSRP for Apotheca,
$40.
40 as well. So both of those are 40. World's Fair and Apotheca.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think that's it. I think we've asked you a good amount of questions about just about everything.
Okay.
You know?
I like answering questions. So
Yeah,
that
it was
sounds
like a
good.
wide swath of, you know, what's your favorite color, stuff
Green.
like that.
That's
right?
easy. Yep.
I think we're good with that. Oh, here, let's close on this one since you were just mentioning heavy-duty games. Have you played any 18XX games?
18XX games.
You know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about
the railroad games?
Yeah,
Right?
like 1883 or like.
Oh, it's been a really long time. I have played them. They're not my favorite. I like the economic side of them, but after 3 or 4 hours, I'm a very outdoorsy person, so it's hard for me to sit for that long.
Gotcha.
But I like the economic part of them for sure.
Whereas I... No. All right, good talking to you, hon.
So good to see you
Thanks.
too. Have fun.
All right, you too.
Thanks.
Alrighty, guys, we're gonna toss it back. Tossing it back. Tossing it back. These guys are basically prepping a segment for the podcast, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what's going on, Sam?
Yeah.
They're doing a segment for the podcast? All right. Well, we're going to let them do that then. We might as well let them do that, and we're going to swing back to us. And we'll just chill out over here. Sam and I are going to sit in on this. You want to chill out here with me, Sam, and take some questions. Suze, you want to jump in on this? These guys are shooting a segment for the podcast. Let's see. Let me look at the camera and what it looks
Should I
like.
do that too?
Yeah, you can do whatever you
Is
want.
that how we sit?
It's more comfortable for me.
Oh goodness, that's more. Oh no, thank you. Oh my goodness.
More comfortable for me.
Ouch.
Alrighty, guys. So, if you have any questions for us, you want to know anything, we're live right here. We're live right here on this mic. Let us know what's happening out there. Have you ever been called Zigger? Negative.
That's a little too close for comfort for me. I'd never call him that.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, but yeah. All right, guys, too much noise, okay?
Sorry about the noise.
There's a volume knob somewhere on the computer. You can just turn that down. That should do it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a busy day at the center. Like all the retailers are moving around behind us, and there's just not a lot we can do about that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's out of our control, ultimately. We've got thin curtains here around us, not a whole lot of noise masking.
There was a question up there for you. What Kickstarters have you backed lately?
What Kickstarters have I backed? Well, I've had to pull back. I'm at like 250-ish projects that I've backed, games that I've backed. And I'm not kidding. Yeah, I had a problem. I'm healing. So let's see, what did I back most recently? I can't remember. I backed Saloon Tycoon because I love the tile lane and the 3D building. I really like that one. I just backed something too that for some reason I can't. Oh, I backed Grifters from Indie Boards and Cards. I really like that universe, and I really liked kind of the hand management element of it where you had to like plan ahead. So yeah.
Cool. I've backed on Kickstarter like 10 projects. You've done one.
Show off.
Yes.
You're not better than me.
I'm not.
Someone's asking, Z, will you review the new pack of games? I intend to very much do that. Question for you guys, what's the worst part of GAMA? Probably the walking, I guess.
Walking's not that bad.
Yeah, I don't know. The shower, the demon shower?
Oh,
yes, the Needles of Cthulhu.
The showers here are awful. You guys have that. And I've had cold showers because for some reason my shower doesn't get hot water in my room.
Oh, wow.
So my sink gets hot water, but not my shower.
Just take a shower in the sink.
Okay, I'll get right on that.
So, no, our shower, the first time, we both noticed that it was super...
It's like a shotgun blast to the chest when you turn
it's
it
like
on.
getting sand blasted, but with water instead of sand.
Is that why your heads are so shiny?
Yes,
that's what it is.
We don't even have to use soap. It just
It'll get the
scours.
It'll get the sin out. That's the idea. So we've nicknamed it the Needles of Cthulhu.
Yes.
All right, what else do we got? Z, do you use your glasses as a straight edge to trim your sideburns? Maybe. I am dying to know what Jason and Suzanne do for work. I'm guessing Jason is some kind of spreadsheet guy, and Suzanne is an administrator. Well, Jason, I'll go ahead and speak for him. He does graphics for a TV channel. That's what he does. And Suzanne, would you like to answer that?
I work at a digital marketing agency, so we create videos and websites and banner ads and things like that for different companies.
All right, sounds good. Z, did you get a look at Cthulhu Pandemic? Do you like? I haven't actually seen it. I know it's here.
I've seen it.
I need to get out
It's
there and
very
check
pretty.
it out.
The minis look amazing.
Let's see, what is this? Sam, given you enjoy TI3, but deal with the difficulty of getting it to the table, do you have a secondary choice for a shorter 4X game, or are you still hoping for a game to fill that niche?
Eclipse would probably, not Eclipse, but Exodus Proximus Centauri fills that niche. It's shorter, but it still has that same feel of a pretty deep 4X game, but it just plays quicker. So that would be the go-to probably.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see. Question, I'm really enjoying all the broadcasts and the live backstage. Well, thank you. Did you have meetings previous to GAMA to coordinate this? Keep up the good work.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We've been planning everything that entails being here for a while. And when I say we, that's largely Tom, really, who kind of, juggles all the logistics for it. But yeah, this doesn't, anything this big with this many people doesn't just happen. We got to plan it. Any glimpse of legendary Firefly from Upper Deck? I don't know. We got to look at that.
I didn't see it, no.
He didn't have it with him either.
Yeah.
Question, favorite game that could never be made into an app? That's a cool question. What's your favorite game that could never be made into an app? I mean, I would assume it would be a game that has a large social aspect to it.
I agree, and I think you nailed it.
I think it has to be something where the game is kind of not really on the table, but kind of happening up here, because then you lose all of that.
Absolutely. Anything that relies on like social cues or deduction, which is why, quite frankly, I think the Coup app didn't work for me personally. I didn't.
Right.
It was beautifully coded and developed and designed. It was excellent, but you just lost all of that human interaction that's really core to the game. So I think that those games, I think technology will have to take a big leap before those games will really make good apps.
Well, I do have an answer, a very specific answer. I'm going to say wink.
Okay.
Because you need to wink at
work,
someone.
yeah.
I don't
You
think you
actually
can
have to
do
make
it.
Yeah.
Right.
Eye contact with people and that type of stuff.
It's a fun party game, super silly. Every time I teach it, it actually goes over well, but I don't think it can be done. So, what's up?
When we tweet at this one, can we retweet Evil Hat so that they can? Can we tag them so they can retweet it? What's your tag?
Yes, absolutely.
Evil Hat official.
Wow, that's messed up. Did Tom realize when he was what he was wearing when he left his room this morning, or did he dress in the dark? Dude,
Not bad.
that's cold as ice.
I mean, the hat matches the dice tower.
It does.
What did I do? I thought today was like one of my more mild days.
Wow, he's
He actually
rocking
looks
the green.
presentable.
Yeah, he's rocking the nice green shirt.
Yeah, St. Patrick's, man.
Yeah.
I'm
I know,
really
I-
surprised at you.
I got it.
Yeah, man.
That's garbage.
Plus,
you
it's
know.
flowing through my veins, okay?
That was having too many of those Shamrock shakes
No,
at McDonald's.
no, not Shamrock Shakes.
That stuff is, I'm pretty sure, toxic.
Shamrock Shake.
Yeah.
But it's
Fairly certain
deliciously
that stuff is
toxic.
like recovered from toxic waste dumps.
Have you ever drunk one?
Oh yes, I've regretted it many a time. Yes.
I really like the Shamrock Shake. It's my favorite thing McDonald's does.
All right, we're setting up over there, folks. Still, we are gonna swing you back around.
Yeah, but let's tweet it at least.
You want to tweet it now?
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
You got it. Okay. You said it was whom?
Evil
Hat official.
Yep.
Okay.
Got it.
Is it called Evil Hat Productions? Just Evil Hat?
Evil Hat Productions, but
That's
the
what I
tweet,
thought.
the
No, I got
Twitter
it.
name is Evil Hat Official.
Yeah, I got it. Productions. Just wanted to.
You really are a
Yeah, yeah.
stabby typer.
I am a stabby typist.
Hitty
All right.
clickies.
Hitty clickies. That walkie-talkie. Hitty clickies.
Stabby grabbies. That's what I like for the forks.
The forks. Question: what evening entertainment have you been checking out in Vegas? Well,
None of your business.
that sounds even worse than just answer. That's just answer, man. Dinners?
Yeah, there's just been a lot of
Various
food.
eating opportunities?
So much food. Oh my gosh.
We're talking about food again?
We did the Coke thing. Now they're asking us what our evening entertainment is.
Oh,
Well, we
yeah.
played games last night. That was
We
fun.
did. We did.
That was really good.
And we did the Coke place, which I think someone tweeted out some pictures. You tweeted out some pictures from that. Yeah, follow Suzanne if you don't follow her on Twitter. Her Twitter is very, very active, so. I'm sure that did not sound like a compliment, did it?
No, and I understand because yeah. No, that Coke thing
I
was
meant
amazing.
it to
I
be
love that
one,
thing.
but-
Kind of like Zigger. You just don't want to say it.
All right, fine. Question is Tom sick?
No.
Sick?
What is?
Like,
I'm not dressed
is that why
properly.
he's not
I'm
there?
sick.
I don't know, it's like we're just-
I'm really sorry. I must look horrible.
I've played a study in Emerald 2nd Edition.
That guy's like a
It's fun.
question from being banned.
Future Eric here. What? This is now Eric.
Wait, are
you
they
in-
telling us that they're the guys who do? There's a Future Eric Twitter.
There is a Future Eric Twitter account, and it is not me. Just
Well, you don't know that it's not you.
right.
That's super
That's
weird.
true.
Oh.
It could be me.
Oh, that's a good question. Coolest new component
don't
you've
know it
seen? I think I know your answer. You liked that big plate thing for that game.
Oh well, that's pretty cool. I also like the Enterprise from Star Trek Panic.
Yes, yes. that
It's
was
just
awesome.
fun. I mean, it's just cardboard, but at the same time, it's the Enterprise, and then you get to damage it and blow it up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. I don't think I have an answer for that.
The clear cards for Mystic Veil. I really love that that combo.
I wish I got a chance to play that last night.
Yeah, you said you
Now
were
that you're all excited
enjoying
about it, I want to play it.
I like how this.
Someone's compensating. Loving the hat, Tom.
That is one of my favorite hats of yours. I like that blue one.
I just got it. At, there was a hat store that
Oh, yeah, it
I
looks
go to
good.
every year. And I've been looking for a blue fedora for a really long time. Eric looks tired. Are we?
I don't
Wow,
know.
we're coming off bad over here.
I'll try and smile more.
Again, I keep
Oh, don't do
saying
that.
to
No,
people,
stop.
when you come up to us or you say this online and you're like, hey, how you doing? You look tired. You are basically saying, oh my goodness, you're ugly.
Well, isn't that what the doctor whispered to like the aide of the prime minister to bring her down?
Really?
Yeah.
Not a geek.
Oh, never mind.
All right. What else have we got?
I think we're ready here. Let's switch over.
You guys good? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna throw it back over there.
I want to do it.
Hi, Internet. Hi. All right. Oh, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a clap once we get the cameras rolling through an audio sync.
Certainly.
Then we'll begin. All right. Hi, and welcome back to the Dice Tower's coverage of GAMA 2016. I am speaking today with Eric from Evil Hat Productions.
Hi.
And this was kind of an interesting, a special one to me, because last night, during the play day that they had, where all of the publishers were demoing their games, I was going through just taking pictures and tweeting pictures of all the games being played. And this was just laid out, no one was even playing it. This was just laid out on the table, this Dresden Files cooperative card game. And I tweeted it, and that tweet by far got the most excited fan response of any of the
That's
other
awesome to
tweets.
hear.
So I wanted to track you down today.
Thank you.
So you could tell us what this is all about.
Sure. So let me give you just a quick snapshot of the game. This is a true cooperative game like Pandemic. Everybody's playing against the board, no traitor, anything like that. You're playing Harry Dresden, the wizard private detective, and a group of his friends. And you are essentially have a common pool of action points. You're alternating turns between playing your card and spending the team's points to take an action, or discarding the card to generate more action points for the team. And so there's this kind of trade-off between your selfish turns and your unselfish turns.
You have to make that decision to give up something for yourself to help the team?
A little bit, yeah. You still get to take, you still have powers you get to use when you do that. So it's not like you're skipping your turn and taking one for the team.
Okay.
But there's still a balance in that, that I think makes the discussion that the players have about what they're doing a little more meaningful. It's not just, here's the leader, I tell you all, you do this, you do this, you do that.
Exactly, yeah. Excellent.
And so you are solving cases and defeating foes, essentially adding damage to them until they get up to that hit and take them out.
Okay.
There are a lot of text effects on the cards, so if you see these letters, that's showing you there's a relationship between the effects on those cards. So, for example, until you solve this case, I wouldn't legally be able to damage that foe. In any way. And that's where we bring in that kind of strong relationship to the books. The theming of the books is we can use those little logistics puzzles to mirror the events. So one game is playing through one novel of the Dresden Files.
Okay.
And takes about 20 minutes. It's a really quick.
Okay, and it's true cooperative, like you said.
Right.
Okay. And I was going to ask how closely the game and the scenarios are based on the books.
Very closely. I had read all the books a couple of times when I got the commission to do the game. I read them a bunch more times. And the more I developed it, I was always thinking about, how can I not just sort of name the cards after specific things in the books, but how can I really get that theme mechanic relationship, make the action reflect what's going on there, so that the players will look at something and think, oh, Harry's got a blue beetle card. Its range is really unreliable. It's really random, that kind of thing. It's little Easter eggs in the game for players. So,
Dresden seems to be all about Easter eggs, too.
So you can dig this game fine if you know nothing about the Dresden Files. You can pick it up fine. But if you do know the Dresden Files, then there's a lot of little satisfying things to you. But we also tried to avoid really overt spoilers for people who are still on book one but want to play the game a little further in. We won't tell you who the... We'll say, the case is who is the Shadow Man, but we won't tell you who the Shadow Man is in the game. So.
Now, is the way that the production is going to be set up, is it going to be like a base game with a certain set of scenarios, then expansions coming out?
Right, exactly. So we're going to be kickstarting in mid-late April the base set, which is going to be 5 novels, 5 characters, plus a random scenario generator. So it's not like you just play those 5 books and then you're done with the game.
It has some longevity.
Right. It'll also take you a while to win each of these books. You're supposed to lose a good 2 out of 3 when you play this game. It's meant to be tough and close every game. But then we're also kickstarting 3 expansions. The first 3 expansions we have planned. That's going to add another, I believe it's 6 books and 5 or 6 characters. That'll take you up through Turncoat, if you know the series.
Okay.
And then if it's the hit we hope it's going to be, we'll certainly do the rest of the books too. Then it'll probably be time for maybe a new base set with some powered up versions of the main characters and things like that.
So you kind of have a plan going into the future of kind of how it's going to progress.
Right. Not just me, but really everybody at Evil Hat is a big Dresden Files fan. They, of course, did the Dresden Files RPG, so they have a long-standing relationship with Jim Butcher. Everybody's really dedicated to doing right by this series.
I was going to ask you about that. How does this cooperative card game compare to the other products that Evil Hat has produced to date?
Sure. So, well, first of all, it is their first cooperative game, although they do have another one in the works right now. I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to say about that one. For me, it's my first cooperative game. I've done development on a cooperative game before, but I haven't designed one before. But I think it's like their other board games. I think it has a lot of theme ingrained into it. That's kind of maybe the common element. And in some ways, the 2 previous games I did for them, I feel like were somewhat working up to this in various ways. I don't know if I could quantify that. It's just my sense as a designer of what I was doing.
Have built on those experiences.
And the mechanics of this game, in a lot of ways, reflect the Fate core system, which the original version of which is the engine under the Dresden Files role-playing game.
Okay.
So people who like the role-playing game should see a lot that's familiar. It should be a pretty easy. We want this game to be a challenging game, but an easy learn for people who are maybe role players but not really board gamers, or Dresden Files fans but not really gamers yet. We're hoping to draw them in, and at the same time make it pretty rewarding for hardcore gamers too.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. Was there anything else about the presentation of the game or the mechanisms of it that you wanted to touch on?
I'm sure there are some. I guess just as another little thing for the fans of Evil Hat and all the ways I tried to work sort of not just everything Dresden but everything Evil Hat into this game. It uses fate dice.
I noticed that. It's got the fudge dice, fate dice.
Right. And the essentially anytime you see this kind of iconography, the 3 with the 1 in a little box, that means that's a base value plus the result of that many fate dice. So for me as a designer, it took me a long time to figure out how am I going to use fate dice. They're like 3-sided dice that range from -1 to 1. It's like they throw Z scores. But then I realized, I can use them to create customizable curves. Instead of just throwing a bell curve like 2d6 does, by adding the base value, I can make it do a really narrow curve, I can make it do a really wide curve. That controllability was really useful to me as a designer in creating the amount of variance, because for me, this was a tremendous amount of content to have to make. At certain parts, I don't know, I was just complaining to Fred about, what do you mean you want another, like X? Oh, man. I worked on this for over a year, which is my longest design process by far. I'm a very fast designer normally.
So a year, okay. So
this is the biggest investment of my time and energy I've put into anything so far.
This wasn't, hey, we got the license, stamp out a game,
no.
there you go.
And we got this to really a pretty near finished state before we even signed the contract on the license. I mean, they had a good pre-existing relationship with Jim, so they had a good bet. But I was still like, I better make this good, which is what every single Dresden fan has said to me. They're like, we're very excited about this, and you'd better get this right. You better not screw this up.
Exactly. No pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well, yes, it's really neat to see a cooperative game that incorporates the fudge dice or the plus-minus dice, because I don't see that very often. So that's really, it's going to be neat to see how that is incorporated into the curves.
Yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out. I'm very happy with this.
And Kickstarter is when?
Mid to late April. And the MSRP on the base set, I believe, is going to be $40. Expansions, I think that's going to be 15 or 20. I've lost track of that. I am but the humble game designer. I don't make these decisions.
Fair enough. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the
Thank
Kickstarter.
you so much.
Yeah, and thank you for stopping by.
Oh, thank you very much for having me.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
Until next time, keep watching the Dice Tower for more coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. Thanks. All right.
Okay, that go well?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, did it go well for you?
Oh, yes.
We'll bring the internet mic over here and put it in front of Z.
Hello, Z.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Sure, great. Thank you.
Ooh. What? Huh?
You don't need it set over there. I can just dump all this in this one. Get this out of your way fast.
Okay. We are going to have Eric come on over in just a minute here and join us. I have a few questions for him. Now, I will say, don't forget, if you have any questions for any of our presenters here, make sure you send those in before they get up here, because at that point I do tend to stop looking at the feed itself, because I've sort of got my questions. I don't want this, since we are on a delay in relation to what you guys are watching, they would be sitting here for a while just sort of waiting for that question to roll in.
Have a seat next to Z over
How you doing?
I wanted to say hi, and thanks so much for reviewing the 2 of my games that you did before. I really appreciate that.
No problem. Gotcha. Welcome. Yeah, come around and have a seat next to me. Yeah, just have a seat right here next to me, and we're gonna get a couple of questions that the internet has asked out to you. First one here, it seemed to be a very popular question right away. Is there any chance of a Codex Alera board game?
Codex Alera board game. You know, I am probably the wrong person to answer that. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I don't know that we'll say there's no chance. We haven't talked about it yet, but certainly we're talking to Jim about other things that we would love to do.
Right.
And
I would cheerfully make one.
Yeah.
You know, if they give me a license, I will come for sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, people are just very excited about. Okay, Jim
Right.
Butcher, here we go. You know what else have you done?
And you
So
know,
they're excited about
probably
that.
a lot. Yeah, I mean, you know, the bigger the hit the Dresden Files game is, the more likely that is to occur. I think.
Of course, right. People wanted to know any connection to the TV series with the game.
I really based it very strongly on the books. So where the TV series is like the books, yes, and where the TV series isn't like the books, no, not so much, I would say. You know, after I did my best to theme everything, because I'm pretty well immersed in the books, we actually brought in a theme team of hardcore Dresden fans to come in and kind of punch up my theming a little.
There you go. Yeah, you've got your audience figured out.
Exactly.
You want to make sure they get
we
good
want
amount of Dresden
we want to
Files.
gratify them. We want pandering. We'll pander. That's not too proud to do that.
Well, this is an interesting question here. One of the best parts of Dresden is the snarky personality. Did you do anything in the design to attempt to capture some of that, the tone?
Yeah, there are little ways in which humor comes into the game. Not maybe quite as obviously or prominently as a couple of my other games, but we try to put, I guess like I said in the interview, little Easter eggs in there that if you're a hardcore Dresden Files fan, you'll find. So for example, the Blue Beetle card has a really random, unreliable range. You know, like that's sort of the level at which it comes in. And you know, there are people's, when we get to the Butters deck in one of the expansions, Polka Will Never Die is the name of one of his cards. So we try to, you know, so kind of Jim's own humor gets reflected in the game.
Of course, right.
Too.
Okay, cool, very nice. Now the game is, correct me if I'm wrong here, is it scenario based?
Yes, that is to say, a scenario is a book of the series.
Okay.
So when you play one game, which is only about 20 minutes or so, you're playing through one book. The cards you're playing through relate to one book. There's also a random scenario generator based on the short stories. So it's not like you've beaten all the books, you've finished the game.
Well, it's actually, that was where my question was leading, because the question was, okay, it's scenario based, what about replayability, right?
So, I mean, there's essentially three ways that replayability comes in. One is that the books themselves, you're not going to beat them right away. I've designed this game to be hard. I mean, there's a difficulty slider so that if people are having a hard time with it, you know, if they're not really hardcore gamers or something, they can make it a little easier on themselves. But the idea is that you're probably going to have to play each book a few times before you beat it. There's a campaign game in which you can do all the books in order and try to play them with the characters who are in that book if you want. But so that's one thing. There is a certain amount of randomness to the order in which the book events come out, each book. There is then also that random scenario generator that we added called Side Jobs. It's a larger set of cards. And with each expansion, we'll expand that as well a little bit as adding new cards. And there's a system by which you can, if you want, essentially mix the random generator with the book decks, as long as you're kind of mindful of including the contingent effects. We have this way of labeling cards that have a contingent relationship, so you can see at a glance, oh, those both have a B on them. Their B icon, they're related. So you would have to include all of the contingent effects for one book, or not, or use them.
Well, it sounds like you definitely made strides to make sure that there was replayability there.
And there's also a lot of, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That you could customize the game experience, basically.
And there's a lot of different characters, too, so that creates variety. You know, the game's very different if you're playing Molly than if you're playing Harry, say.
Okay, very cool. And then just a final thing for general details, and again, I'm not sure if you mentioned it up here, I couldn't quite hear you. MSRP and release date.
Right, so MSRP for the base set is going to be $40.
Okay.
The expansions, I can't honestly remember, or I'm not sure it's been 100% decided if they're going to be 15, 20. We're still kind of playing around with exactly how to cluster the material in the expansions and how big they'll be.
Right.
and also I'm the humble game designer. I don't make these decisions. But the Kickstarter is going to be mid to late April.
Okay.
That it's happening. And we'll kickstart the base game and the 3 expansions in that Kickstarter,
okay. All right.
as well as having some extra art for the game as the first stretch goal of it. Then we hope we'll be able to deliver it to the backers around late December. The artist is going to still be doing a little work after the Kickstarter, so we might not be able to hit that quite, but it shouldn't be too much longer than that.
Okay, sounds good. Good talking to you,
Awesome,
Eric.
thank you so much.
Appreciate having you on.
Great.
All right, and thank everybody for your questions, and hope you guys have a good rest of the show.
Awesome, thank you much.
All right, no problem.
Did you guys get a copy of...
Now I'm going to deliver you, my internet friends, over to Chaz once again to hear from Ninja Division. Let's put that here.
Oh, and I'm going to do a clap to do an audio sync as well.
Oh, okay,
So,
sure.
Don't let me scare you.
Okay.
Are we ready? Okay. All right. Hello and welcome back to the Dice Tower's coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show. I'm speaking now with Deke from Ninja Division, and you have an interesting story because you have here Luchador, which is a game I know I've seen before, but not seen very much of, and you're kind of here to explain why and what else Ninja Division has going on.
Absolutely. So Ninja Division began as the publisher for its own internal design studio, Soda Pop Miniatures, for Super Dungeon Explorer, Ninja All Stars, etc. We recently have been expanding our catalog to other third-party games of design studios like Backspindle. And with Luchador, we were at the UK Games Expo last year, and we saw Luchador. I had a chance to demo it, and I was like, wow, I've kind of heard about this game, but this is really fun. This is a great dice game, and it kind of turned out that they were selling so many in the UK that it just wasn't getting a lot of penetration in the US.
Okay.
And so we're like, let's do something. Let's get this game out to more people. I mean, it needs to be seen. So it's just way too much fun. And so over the last year, we put some deals in place, and now we're very excited to be bringing Luchador and some of Backspindle's other games to North America.
That's excellent. So you're helping get these not really republished, but enter into the market where they weren't penetrating as much.
Exactly. And so, obviously there's a lot of great games out there, a lot of great designers, and we've had really good success with our own stuff, and are enjoying some really good market penetration, and really want to bring that to other games.
Are there other games that are in a similar boat to Luchador that you are working on or have plans to work on to kind of help increase their North American distribution as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So just with Backspindle, we just put out Clax, which is based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld, and so it's actually based on the Cephomore messaging system, and it's a puzzle pattern recognition sort of game where you actually get to play a Clax operator. We're also in a publishing arrangement with Mage Company, who they do 12 Realms, Raid and Trade, Wrong Chemistry, Res Publica. They have a whole catalog of great games that have been doing some excellent stuff over in Europe, and it's been Ninja Division's pleasure to get to bring these to the North American audience. So.
Is there any sort of internal development or self-publishing of your own titles or anything that's kind of planned or might be coming in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, so Soda Pop Miniatures by itself, has the Super Dungeon Explorer line, which has been our bestseller for 4 years now, and we just came out with Ninja All Stars, which is a brand new chibi ninja game, of course, and then we have a whole host of party games, including like Karate Fight, Black-Handed Henry's, Potion Party, that are smaller like $15 games that are just fun, quick card games. And then we're coming out with a new chibi game called Rail Raiders Infinite, which is a sci-fi chibi western. So, and
very interesting mix of words.
Yes, right. So it is actually a train heist in space, and so So in addition to publishing third-party stuff, we're doing our own internal development and putting even more stuff out. Yeah.
Wow. So Ninja Division is really kind of evolving and growing and
exactly.
That's
exactly.
great. That's
so,
great.
Yeah. So we've seen some great growth. Like we're carried by every major distributor, and we're in a lot of game stores. And like I said earlier, there's just so many great games out there that if we can help give them exposure and get more people playing them, then that's good for everybody. So
cool.
Yeah.
Someone watching this right after GAMA 2016, if you had to pick the one thing that someone watching this should watch for from Ninja Division, what would it be?
The one thing.
Next.
The one next thing. So I would be remiss if I didn't, once again, mention Rail Raiders Infinite, mainly because that is coming to Kickstarter April 4th.
Okay.
And so definitely that. Luchador, and then also we are publishing a game called Drunk Quest.
I've heard of that.
Yes, so if you were in the game hall last night, many people heard us playing Drunk Quest, and
I heard and saw.
Exactly. And so Drunk Quest is a insane party drinking game where you play a hero and you get monsters. So monsters come out, and each monster requires a certain number of drinks in order to defeat that monster. And naturally, your friends are going to help you out by forcing you to have to drink more to defeat the monster. And so
what could go wrong?
Exactly. So a lot of underhandedness happens, and eventually you find yourself 6 to 8 beers in and just feeling fine and having a great old time. So Drunk Quest also just released this month alongside Luchador, and so this month, we have two incredible products that just came out, and so it's very exciting.
That's great. Well, it's going to be it's also going to be exciting to see, where you go in the months to come, because it looks like there are a lot of things on.
Yep, lots of stuff. We recently announced a partnership with Succubus Publishing for Midara. They have an anime-style adventure board game. And then, like I said, we'll continue publishing Mage Company's huge catalog that they've been doing in Europe. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff coming from them. So lots of exciting stuff coming.
Lots to keep an eye on.
Absolutely.
Cool.
So,
well, thank you so much for sharing some of it with me.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and thank you for watching the Dice Tower's continuing coverage of GAMA 2016. We'll be back again soon.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So have you played Luchador?
No, I have not been able to
Really?
get a copy. It's been
Really?
too hard
Well,
to get.
I am going to leave this copy with you then to play.
Hello, my internet friends. I'm now taking you over to the desk where Z is furiously writing down your questions. Hello, Z.
I'm furious.
Oh,
and I'm writing. Yes.
We mentioned Drunk Quest.
No, everything's fine.
Partners, and so we took it to we have a new division.
Okay.
Well, let's play for let's play for 15, 20 minutes, see what it looks like. And we ended up playing a couple hours, because it's just fun. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, absolutely enjoy it. So head there. Okay, perfect. Okay.
I may remember.
Yes, thank you.
Where's your bag?
Mine.
Other side.
Other side. Okay.
I don't know where your bag is.
Oh, it's the black one right there. This one on the table.
How you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Good. All right, folks. So we are here with Mara and Deke.
So Mara.
Mara. Okay.
All right.
Mara, Deke, and we are going to ask you a couple of questions that we have from the live chat.
Okay.
So as you were up there, people would chime in with questions. Just a couple of pretty straightforward things. Somebody wanted to know about what you thought was the best player count for Luchador. What would be the best amount?
Okay, so for Luchador, it's designed around 2 or 4 players.
Okay.
So 2 players, you do the traditional wrestling, one-on-one, wrestle, and then in 4 players, you can do a tag team. And so you actually have to tag in. You actually have to high five. If you fail to do it, then you get stunned. There are also rules for doing a free for all in there. So if you do have an odd number of players, you can have 3 people in a free for all play.
Gotcha.
And so,
what's the upper limit on players there?
The upper limit by the rules is 4. However, we have played 6 before in a free for all, and it was kind of ridiculous.
Okay.
So, and I think we might have to use 2 sets for that. So, but yeah, so it's designed around 2 to 4.
Got it. Cool. Expansions. People want to know about Luchador expansions.
No expansions for it right now. They recently just did a 2nd edition.
Okay.
And with the 2nd edition, they included several new game
modes,
ways to play, stuff like that. One of the things that I didn't have a chance to show is you can actually take that 3D ring, you can flip it over, and it sets back in, and it turns into a cage match. And it has totally different rules for the cage match. So, chairs and tables do more damage, and if you miss, you actually get rammed into the side of the chain. And so with the 2nd edition, in its own way, it kind of was a little mini expansion by itself.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay, very cool, very cool. People wanted to know, does that ring fit back in the box without having to be deconstructed, or do you have to flatten it out?
So you do actually flatten it out. The bands around it are elastic, and so you don't need to tighten them too tight, but you can keep the knots done, and they come off very easily. It disassembles, fits right back into the box. Very easy.
Okay, cool. And then one question about Drunk Quest. Surprisingly, just one question about Drunk Quest. Is it a straight reprint of what has been out there before, or did you guys add some new content?
Okay, so right now it is just.
I'm sorry to keep asking.
Oh, no problem.
You can chime in here as much as you want.
So right now it's just a straight reprint.
Okay.
And so previously it was only being sold through Amazon. So if you actually saw it in stores, that was someone who actually went to Amazon, bought it, and then had to mark it up even more.
I'm not sure how they got it.
Exactly. So
it had been out there, right? And so you guys acquired it, you're doing it
And so
yourselves.
basically we went to them and went, let us get it into distribution so, retailers aren't having to artificially mark up the price on it. And so so it's no new content, because frankly the game right now is great. We're just getting it to more people. So.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
Excellent. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you as well. That's it. Thanks everybody for tuning in for your questions.
Thank you very much.
We'll let these guys get back to it.
Okay.
And we're going to send this mic back over there.
Hello, microphone. Next up is Mega Man with Jasco Games.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
The internet is with you now.
Does the internet have an interest in Mega Man? I wasn't aware of any sort of Mega Man fandom out there.
Well, you may not know, it was a video game.
You just really?
There was this video game, way back.
I was
Had a
slightly.
guy, he looked kind of like that.
I was slightly
Sort of
aware.
shot things, collected powers.
Okay, sorry.
Dr. Wily.
Is this in frame? Did you want?
It is not.
Okay.
Well, actually it is, so that's fine if you're comfortable with it.
All right. So what we've been doing is kind of a 10, 15-minute overview of this or anything else that you want to talk about. Is there anything else in addition to Mega Man you want to talk about?
Yeah, we have a lot of things coming up, so probably.
Okay. Coming up stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll start with Mega Man, and then we'll branch off into the future. And,
Perfect.
Okay. And the format we've been doing is an interview with you and I on these cameras. That is being recorded to be released in a couple. You're talking about that's the audience. This will be released in a few days, but we also have that camera which is doing a live stream right now. So we do have a live audience.
Awesome.
So after our little interview, if you want to go over and sit next to Z, we've been doing a follow-up Q&A with the questions that the audience has had coming up while we've been talking.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Yeah, it's been working out pretty well.
Let's go.
All right. Hello, and welcome back to the Dice Towers coverage. Who's the one?
We didn't get the clap.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Hi, and welcome back to the Dice Towers coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show, taking a look at what's coming up this year in board games. And now I am with Jason from Jasco, who has a nifty dandy little game about Mega Man. We're going to talk about a little bit, and then what Jasco has planned for the future. So go ahead and start off and tell us what you got here.
So this is Mega Man the board game. We kickstarted it back in 2014, and it went through a very lengthy approval process with Capcom.
Oh, that was kind of some hurdles to go through?
Yeah, definitely. It's they hired a new approvals person in Japan about the same time we got into licensing with Mega Man. So working with them in Japan and then going through Capcom America, it made, while our sculpts now look fantastic, it just took a long time to come out. But it did release February 12th. So.
Well, I was going to ask if that did add another extra layer of quality control to really help.
It went through 4 layers of quality control.
Wow.
So I think we have some of the coolest minis out there,
That-
pre-painted.
Yeah, the end results must have been worth it because they're very true to the source material then.
Yeah, we also made sure that the game is really based on the video game.
Excellent.
So when you play it, it is sort of a co-op, but also a single-player game. So when it's your turn, you're playing as Mega Man or another protagonist, and when it's not your turn, you join up with the rest of the table as Dr. Wily and his minions to keep the turn player from going forward.
Now, does it have the traditional power-ups that you get from beating mini bosses?
It does. So once you go through a stage, you'll battle the boss at the end. If you beat the boss, you end up getting their powers, leveling up, and you can have certain power-ups against certain stages or certain bosses, and it kind of lets you plan your strategy through the rest of the game.
Are certain power-ups more effective versus certain bosses?
They definitely are. It's based entirely off of the video game. In fact, every part of each stage is represented in the game as well.
That's excellent.
So,
and how many does it play, and how long is this typical play session?
So it's the core game is 2 to 6 players. We recommend probably 3 or 4 because when you get to 5 and 6, it gets longer. It's about 40 minutes per player.
Okay.
That's why we like to go with the 3-player. It just doesn't take as long. And there's a few ways to mitigate the rules. But when you're first starting, it's you're also learning the rules as you go.
Of course, yeah, and that's with any game. Are there any pictures of the contents on the back of the box or anything?
We do have the minis on the back.
We have this extra camera, so we can actually. There you go, extra camera, for you. All right. So, in addition to Mega Man, what else does Jasco have that you're working on?
So Jasco now is coming out with, we have several UFS sets coming up. We just acquired for our 10th anniversary, which is this year for UFS, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Cowboy Bebop.
Ooh.
And our newest set coming up in the next couple of weeks is World of Endines from partnership with Level 99 Games.
Excellent.
And so we're really excited about that. In addition to that, he's partnered with us for Exceed, which is a new battle game using our property, Red Horizon. So that's a really exciting partnership with us and Brad from Level 99. Wow. So we're doing cross-promotion both ways.
That is interesting that you guys are working together that way.
And then in addition to that, sort of like UFS, we have another game based off of a universal tactics system for miniatures arena combat.
Really?
Yeah, and so it's going to be kickstarted relatively soon, starting with the Street Fighter license with fully painted sculpts, slightly larger than these.
You're going to have Street Fighter sculpts?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to go grab my wallet right now, but I don't have it with me. But so, how many sculpts, how many minis, and kind of what's the concept?
We currently have it planned for 30 different characters for Street Fighter, and it will expand. And the system is designed so that it's completely Street Fighter oriented, but it will be compatible with the following release, which is Mortal Kombat, and then the third release, which will be Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
And so all of them can fight against each other. You can build customized decks. There's terrain boards with destructible terrain and all these things you can throw people into, do extra damage. Every stage is represented, so you can fight on Giles Air Force Base or go to Namek and battle in Namek.
Is there a car to destroy in a certain time?
The car is part of the design right now.
Really?
And we're working with Kevin Wilson and Mac and a couple other great designers, Daryl. Angry Joe from the Angry Joe Show.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, so he's actually the one partnered with us directly to promote the game and design the game and get it all out there.
Oh, excellent. So the whole network's kind of working together.
Yeah, it's a really big collaboration. We're really excited about it. I mean, the licensors plus the game designers and then Joe and then Jasco all together working on one project.
That's excellent. Is it going to be kind of a team-based or single character?
So there's a few different formats. The core game is a one-on-one,
Mhm.
and you use your terrain around you plus a combat deck.
Okay.
And a character card.
So not dice-driven combat. It's going to be.
There are dice, but your cards kind of determine your combos and everything you're going to do to require to roll hits and blocks and meter to get your meter moves up and do your EX or your X-ray or whatever, or go Super Saiyan. And then after that, you can do a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3, and that's when you're playing with your buddies against each other.
Okay.
And then the final format is the boss battle format, where you play 3 versus a overpowered boss as a cooperative, and that'll be like M. Bison or Akuma, or you'll play against like Brawly, like Super Saiyan 2 Brawly or something like that.
Cool. I was going to ask, I think Street Fighter just released Street Fighter 5.
Yes.
And so is there a certain version of Street Fighter that's based on?
So the way the licensing works for all of this is, so we have the rights to all of Street Fighter and all of Mortal Kombat for the history of the games, but when we release them, they will be based off of specific games as each set comes out.
So they will be.
So the plan right now for Street Fighter is it'll be the look of Street Fighter 4 for the characters, but the boss battle, I believe, is Street Fighter 2. So it can get the old Bison and Akuma with the old stages from Street Fighter 2, and then Street Fighter 5 will come later, and because they're still releasing characters.
Yes, yeah. So that's really interesting that it's going to be released in segments like that, matching the games.
Right.
Huh.
Right. And Mortal Kombat is the same way. We'll have Mortal Kombat 10 is the core game because it's the newest one, but we're going to have a throwback set that has, I think it's either Mortal Kombat Trilogy or Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 or Mortal Kombat 2. I'm not really sure because it's going to have Shao Kahn and like the classic bad guys in the classic uniforms.
Huh, that's going to be really neat to see, and then how it all fits together.
Yeah.
Okay, well, sorry, I kind of sidetracked us there with Street Fighter.
Yeah, no problem.
Anything else coming that you wanted to mention?
Another big game we have coming up is a party game for Top Gun. It's a quote-based party game where you battle each other with insults and quotes from the game and try to outmaneuver each other to become Top Gun champion. It's got a really low price point, but a heavily quotable movie and great quote game designed by Ryan Miller.
It's one of those things that now that you mentioned, it's like, why doesn't this exist already? It's perfect for that.
This is the 30th year or anniversary for Top Gun, and I believe Tom Cruise just signed for another Top Gun movie, which is very interesting. But I mean, I'm excited just to see what everything Tom Cruise puts out is good somehow.
Somehow.
So, I mean, you got to be lucky to be in a good movie every time you do anything. So.
That's true. That's true.
Or just really smart with your scripting.
Yeah. So the Top Gun game is going to be based on actually coming up with movie quotes.
Yes. Yeah. So they're all quotes from the movie. You all play as one of the pilots from the movie, and it'll be the insults from the movie to knock out other people's maneuvers. And the whole goal is to have the highest rated maneuver when your turn starts.
It's got to be one of the most unique themes I've heard of this week. So that's excellent. Anything else?
We've also got a partnership with Lynvander Studios. So Lynvander was a game publisher, and we've kind of acquired them as a studio now. And we're actually going to Toronto tomorrow to see the new studio. We have a bunch of designers, and their whole job now is to design for game companies. So you can have a one-stop shop, artwork, game design, publishing, all straight in. So yeah, so any publisher can work with Lynvander now, and they'll create a fully ready-to-go game.
Wow.
And hand it off to your printer. And so that's really exciting. We're going to meet with them this weekend and see what they're going to do for us. But we're working on a Mortal Kombat storyboard game, on same thing for Street Fighter, possibly Dragon Ball Z, and then I know there's a big one I haven't announced yet. There's a license that we're not going to talk about quite yet.
Okay, cool. Well, near future, was there anything coming up on Kickstarter? What the next big project was going to be?
The next 2 big Kickstarters will be the Universal Tactics System, starting with Street Fighter, and then our campaign's going to be a little weird with this one because we want the game to come out kind of all at the same time. We don't want people to wait a year for Mortal Kombat and another year for Dragon Ball. So we'll have a campaign and have either a 4 or 8 week break in between, and then it'll be Street Fighter, then Mortal Kombat, and then Dragon Ball Z.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
that way they'll come out about the same time.
And when's that kicking off, the whole thing?
It was originally scheduled internally to have something ready for an announcement by the 20th. So we'll know pretty soon because we've been working very close with our sculptors and game designers and see when are we ready for the announcement.
Okay. That'll be excellent to keep an eye out for. Well, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Yes. And thank you for watching our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. And be sure to stay tuned for the Dice Tower for even more coming up. Thanks.
So more and more patrols.
Excellent.
We have a ton of stuff coming up right now.
Right, yeah, that's awesome though. That's great.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really neat to see all of the. Because it seems like
Eric is a huge nerd. All right. So we're gonna get Jason over here in just a minute. I didn't really get a lot of questions from you guys. We're gonna ask him a couple of questions anyway, more sort of overarching questions. Get some more details, a couple more, bit more info on some of the things he talked about. Somebody's saying hi, Z. Hello. Hey Jason, right over here if you please. Over here on my side.
See if I can scoot past you, Jay.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Okay.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Good to see you.
How are you?
Good. All right, so we got just a couple of overreaching questions here for you. I wanted to ask you about that design studio you talked about in Canada. If you could give us a little more detail, how did that come about? That deal, and what is what is their overreaching? What are they apporting to the industry? Do you think?
Well, it's very valuable to our industry, I believe, because a lot of us in the publishing industry, we have a lot of projects. We have to hit certain release schedules, and we want to make sure that not only do we have a lot of awesome games coming out, but there's enough of them to pay everybody on salary and pay the overhead, and so. Jasco Games specifically, for instance, we focus heavily on our UFS sets because it takes a lot of our efforts and a lot of our times to do the CCG stuff, and then we have a couple of our internal board games, but we also have a ton of things that we want to get out soon, and if we can say, I know they're going to do a great job, I can give them, here's exactly the game I want, and they can send it over to me for an approval, a play test, and it'll be a fully art and print and play kind of game to play, so I know exactly what I'm going to be getting.
Okay.
And I can say this, I like the direction, or I don't, but we don't have to be involved every step of the way, and the studio can take that over. I think it's very valuable too.
So is the idea quite simply to have a group of people that can do everything it involves to do a game, and then they work together, and
So
then
the way
they show you something that's
the way the
basically done.
studios work set up is they have game designers, graphic designers, artists, art teams, and art directors, and then they work with approvals if you're doing something licensing, and then they also go through the company approvals, and they'll show you every step of the way. So far it's been fantastic. We've been working on a couple of games. Like I said, one of them is a license we haven't announced yet, and then the other one's Mortal Kombat. And then they have been working on a Street Fighter game, but we're doing the other ones first.
Is that going to allow you to speed up production? You think
Yes,
you'll be able to put out more
definitely
product?
will, because their 100% focus is on the game design and packaging and art. And so what we can focus on is the games we're doing internally and making sure that our production schedule is going according to plan, and our internal staff isn't getting overloaded. So it definitely means we're basically going to work twice as fast because there's a studio doing everything on some of the games.
I see. So how much of the work do you guys feel like you've offloaded on this
Right
team?
now-
Are you taking on more work? Are you guys doing less of that design and testing and all of that internally? How's that working out?
We still are heavily involved in the playtest process, but I would say about 34% of our total production has been handed off to the studio to work on game design that either isn't part of our expertise yet because we were heavily in a CCG background. We just got into a board game, tabletop miniatures, for instance, and storytelling games, co-op games. Jasco's never produced those, but we want to be everywhere in the industry because we just like games. I love to play all the games, but it doesn't mean I'm the best at designing them. Or
Sure, of course.
So it's great to have the studio there to take off that load, and we can still move forward on production for something we really want to do.
Is this a pre-made studio that you guys are now working with, or was the group of people in the studio curated by you guys? Did you bring them together? Were they already a unit?
They were originally Lynvander as the publisher, which did some small board games. Albion's Legacy just kicked off Sherwood's Legacy, Deep 5, and they have a few other independent games that they're doing themselves still coming out. But when I was talking to Tom Gofton, the owner there, we just came up with this idea. I was like, Tom, if you can do something in our industry, where if there was a one-stop shop, that would be amazing for us. It's amazing for a lot of other publishers I know, to just take the workload off. We can hand select what design teams we want on a certain type of game. I can say, hey, is this name working in your studio? If not, can you bring them in and work with your team?
Right.
And then just go at it.
I have different artists that this person's style would fit this game, so let's make a unit here.
Right, and the great thing is we can give them our budget, we can say this is how much art we want, and it's all up to them to do all of that internal work that we normally do ourselves, and it takes away from a lot of our processes. And Jasco Games, for instance, we do distribution and shipping and fulfillment, and we also do the licensing and the game design and the play test and everything. So having some of that taken off of the plate is just valuable to keep going forward.
That's cool. Well, thank you, Jason, for just a little more detail into how that whole thing operates. It's cool to talk to you about that.
Yeah,
Thanks for joining us. Thank you, folks.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, you bet. And let's send this back over.
We're heading over to the Playroom.
Good talking to you, man.
Hello. The internet.
The internet.
We've had it condensed.
I didn't know you could bundle it in such a small.
Let me make sure.
All right. I'm ready when you are. You can still get that situated if you want.
Yeah, give me one more second just to fix one last thing, please. Okay. Perfect.
All right, ready?
I'm ready.
All right. There we go. Hey, welcome back to the Dice Tower's coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show. Taking a look at all the games that are coming up this year. And now I'm joined by Dan from Playroom Entertainment.
How's it going?
Very good. You have Costume Party Assassins that you're going to talk about a little bit, and then you have a whole bunch of updates that you're going to go over.
I do have a bunch of updates, and we're going to start with Costume Party Assassins. It's coming out in June this year. The artwork is not final. We're still making a couple of tweaks, but the gameplay is, and we're really excited about it. It's a quick little deduction game, and each person starts off with one character that they get that's at this costume party.
Okay.
It's face down, nobody knows about it, and on your turn, bit by bit, you're giving people information as to who you are and what room you're in. So as you roll the die, you can only move in and out based on the color what you rolled.
Okay.
And then if you roll the black side, then what you have to do is you have to actually have somebody leave the party, or you have to try to assassinate somebody by flipping over a card and taking them out of the party.
Okay.
The thing is that you can only assassinate somebody who is in the same room that you're in. Again, giving the other opponents a little bits of information. So really fun game. And we're excited. It's kind of got a family-friendly feel to it, even though you are assassinating. And
Other than that.
other than that, it's a very lighthearted, fun game with a nice little twist to it.
That is nice.
Yeah, so we're excited about this one. Again, coming out in June, and the artwork's going to have the same kind of feel, but we are switching that around a little bit.
Okay, excellent.
All right.
I'll help you move this.
Thank you so much.
What do you got next?
So when it comes to the updates, we know that a lot of our fans want to know what's going on with the 2 Kickstarters that we had run. And the great news is that they are in production. We've given people updates about it, but we just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that 100% we've got the Unspeakable Words and Unspeakable Words Deluxe games coming out. Excellent. The Unspeakable Words, the same original one that was on tabletop, that's won numerous awards, up to 6 people with 1 color pawn. And the deluxe version, with all new John Kovalik artwork, is going to play up to 8 players. It's going to have 8 different color pawns. 2 of them glow in the dark. It's got a glow in the dark custom Cthulhu D20, a special bag, and a lot of really cool components. So this one is going. We're really excited. It is behind by numerous months, but we're also going to have this in late May, early June.
Oh, so it is in production
It
now.
is in production. It is happening. We've had a lot of bumps along the road, but that's kind of par for the course sometimes in this industry. And with that, in the same facility, in the same everything, our other one, which is Sitting Ducks by Keith Myers and Sitting Ducks Deluxe. This also has a lot of new images, custom ducks, and action cards. So you have the original card game that's coming as it was, and the deluxe version that has those custom ducks, a board, and a lot of extra components also.
Oh, it's also in production now?
Also in production, same place, same channel, same station as Unspeakable Words and the Unspeakable Words Deluxe.
Well, those are excellent updates.
Yes, so that was important, and we've been showing them at trade shows to get the retailers excited, but all of our backers should know that they will be getting them first, and we're very, very excited about finally getting this out to them.
Excellent news.
So one other update that's kind of important is as we've been changing around our whole factory situation, one of our classic lines, Killer Bunnies, that's been out for about 13 years now, we have that fully in stock, just got a couple containers in. So everything from the blue starter through the all the booster decks, all the way from red, violet, orange, green, white steel, pink chocolate, and khaki and onyx are all available now.
All of them?
Yes, everything. So a lot of our fans have been waiting for them, and we're really excited to have that back in stock, available immediately.
That's a large front run to large batch of different.
Yeah, there were about 11 products in that line, and they all just came in a little bit ago. The Geek Out line's been going strong. We've got a lot in the works for that. We showed Geek Out Family last year.
Okay.
Geek Out Family is just the family-friendly version of the Geek Out mechanic, where you're trying to outbid people and show how much you know about a certain topic. This is a family-friendly one that has a board for scorekeeping, and the questions are really for a wider market. So something like, if you can name 3 U.S. state capitals, and then maybe you could raise it up to 5, and he could raise it up to 7. Well, for somebody in 4th grade or 5th grade, they may be able to do all 50, like I used to be able to do, but right now we may cap out at about 20. So the content really is more for a family market, and we're really excited about having that one out. This is also in production currently, domestically, and will be here by the end of April.
Very nice.
Yes. So, couple last updates. Our top-selling Sherlock memory game, this is on the kids' side, which has sold well for years. We're bringing back the Sherlock Deluxe. It's the same great game as the Kinderspiel des Jahres runner-up original. This time we have a pawn and with some additional cards, and it makes it a little bit more fun for the kids.
Yeah.
So we had something like this out in a limited capacity about 6 or 7 years ago, and now we're rolling this one back out. This will be available in July.
This is great. So this is something that hasn't been available for a while that you're bringing back.
Correct. With the deluxe version. And in fact, we had actually run out of the main Sherlock for a little bit here and there. That's also in reproduction. So we're excited to bring back the originals and the deluxe version on a lot of these.
Great.
So now, when it comes to the new games, I got 2 other new games to show you. This one we were showing last year, and we love this one. It's called Pass the Pandas. The dice are done. They're finished up in the factory, and it's going to be shipping out in about 2 weeks. So it'll be here in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Okay.
Really simple concept where when you roll, only 4 things can happen. Either it's blank and nothing goes on. It's a water, and that means that it evaporates and gets removed from the game.
Okay.
You can pass your pandas to anybody you want, or if you roll bamboo, then the next person just has to match that number of bamboo. So you're trying to get rid of your dice, and it kind of has a left, center, right LCR feel, where it goes really quickly, but rather than collecting chips, you're actually trying to get rid of your dice. A round can be 30 seconds to maybe 2-3 minutes max, and people just want to play it again and again. So we're really happy with the way that the dice turned out, and again, this is going to be hitting the water in about 2 weeks.
Wow, 2 weeks.
Yes,
Okay.
dice. These is factory finished dice. We've got hundreds of thousands of them already done. So
For those watching this in the future, 2 weeks right now translates to about March 25th-ish?
right, so that's when it's going to be hitting the water. I should actually say it's probably closer to April 1st, and we're expecting to have this available to ship by the end of April.
There we go.
So
Excellent.
to give an actual time frame. And then one last game to show you that we're really jazzed about, has kind of a fun family party game feel, is called Spoiler Alert. Now nobody likes when a movie or a song or a book is ruined.
I hate
You
that.
hate that, right? But in Spoiler Alert, you're actually trying to get people to guess the answer without ruining and giving spoiler words. So for example, it kind of plays like a little bit like Password, where I'm giving you verbal clues.
Okay.
But and we get 10 points for each question that we get correct. We have 60 seconds to get as many points as we want.
Okay.
But if I have to give you spoiler words to help you guess the answer, then that's going to deduct from it. So for example, if I was trying to have you guess Star Wars,
Okay.
I can't use the word galaxy because that's -1 point. And if I use the word lightsaber, that's -5 points. So I'm trying to use phrases and words without using any proper nouns to have you guess Star Wars. And then maybe I decide, you know what, he's not catching on to this. I'm going to say lightsaber. We'll get only 5 points for the question, but it'll allow us to move on.
That makes it a lot more difficult.
Absolutely. So it's like trying to describe the Hobbit without saying a dwarf or a wizard or a dragon or shire or a sword. So you have to get creative and not spoil it for your teammates.
See if that list of forbidden words.
Right. So it's kind of a twist on taboo or password where you have a strategic ability to say, you know what, I only want 3 to 5 points per question, or I'm going to stretch it out a little bit more to try to get the full 10 points.
So you can strategically sometimes choose, hey, I can burn some points.
Exactly.
That's a nice twist
So,
on it.
if I'm describing, Frozen, for example, the kids movie, maybe I want to say that they're sisters, or I want to say there's the song Let It Go, or a snowman in it, and then you'll get it immediately. We'll get 2 points, 3 points, move on.
Yeah.
Or I try to drag it out and use other words like, well, siblings, or it's very cold, and then it may take 20 seconds, but we get the full 10 points. So there's kind of a risk to reward ratio on that.
That's a nice twist on it.
Yeah, so it's a fun little family game, got a little bit of a pop culture feel, and this one's going to be scheduled for late July.
Late July.
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
So that's actually the updates. We got a lot of other things happening in our line, but a lot of things in production, a lot of things coming out, and we're going to have an exciting year ahead.
Looks like.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for joining me, Dan.
Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Yes, no problem. And thanks for watching the Dice Tower's continuing coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. Be sure to keep watching for more videos coming soon.
Guys.
I don't know if I talked too fast there, but
No, you were fine. You were perfect, actually. Yeah.
thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it was fun.
There are components here, so I meant to mention it's going to be a game board, not a play mat, but I'm not sure.
Here, if you want to, I can run that back out to your booth.
Yeah, I would. Do you want to grab that one? I don't want to have you have guys get it.
Okay.
Hey. Yep, I just need a microphone. Oh, well, go grab your microphone. He's gone. He left. We will bring the microphone to the Q&A so you can actually hear the answers.
Coming back.
Here you go.
There's no Q&A. He left.
Oh, did he just okay?
No,
I'm back.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm back. All right.
Hello. Welcome. Good to see you.
You too.
So the chat. Some people were asking about MSRP.
Where's our unspeakable words?
That is exactly what most were saying.
That's why I wanted to kind of start with that.
You're saying late May, early June.
No. Yeah, late May or.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
May I have my microphone back?
Oh, all right.
I was just about to take it into the bathroom.
Late May, early June, and
it's gonna be.
That's everybody? Is that retail as well as Kickstarter delivery, or is that?
No, Kickstarter's backers are going to get it first.
Okay.
I probably actually should. I'm expecting it May, but we want to tell people June because we want to build in the cushion so we're not late again.
Okay.
So June is more realistic so that people don't get upset.
MSRP for Unspeakable Words?
The original is 25 and the deluxe is 40.
Okay. How about MSRP on Costume Party Assassin?
25.
All right. The dice for Panda Dice.
Yes.
Are they painted or are they etched?
They're debossed, so they're etched.
Okay.
So they're molded and then painted. So it's not just screen printed. They're actually custom molded dice.
Okay. And people asking, Killer Bunnies, what is your favorite expansion?
That's actually a really good question. My favorite expansion is probably the green booster deck because it introduces the Zodiac aspect.
Mm-hmm.
What I find unique about the Zodiac aspect is that not only does it have to do with what month you're playing in, so for right now, for example, we're in the month of Pisces, I believe, the Zodiac sign of Pisces.
Yeah.
So there are benefits to playing those cards, but you also get Pisces cards. You also have a 12-sided Zodiac die, and then it also has to do with what your personal birthday is. So for me, for example, I'm a Gemini, and so but there's an advantage to playing that. There also, it's the introduction of dated weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So today, the weapon would be worth a value of 17. But 2 weeks ago when we were playing, the value would only be worth 3. So it's a really unique mechanic that we have not seen anywhere else.
Okay.
And I really like those two aspects of that booster deck specifically.
Yeah.
But each booster does not just add more cards, but it changes the mechanics of the game.
Which one has been the most popular expansion of Killer Bunnies?
So the Killer Bunnies format is that you have the starter deck, and then each one comes out in sequential order.
Okay,
So the
so I
most
guess
popular,
the second one would be
yeah. So
the first expansion.
The first expansion, which is the red, is the most popular, and then the violet, orange, green, and so on. Other than that, the chocolate expansion is the only one that's the exception that can be added at any time.
Right.
And that was added in after the fact. So that those numbers, sales-wise, are kind of more on par with the red and violet.
Mm-hmm. What game got you into the hobby?
It was a patented mathematical card game called Zoki.
Okay.
This was in 1999, and I got into the industry. My first toy fair was 2000. My first GAMA Trade Show was 2001. And I got the license. It was a great game system that you could play hundreds of games with as one deck of cards, that it was also like a four-sided dominoes or a mathematical puzzle. So it had everything from solitaire to group gameplay, and game systems can be amazing, but they're also a little bit more difficult to explain. Because
Right.
when someone walks up and says, well, how do you play this? If their answer is, how do you want to play this? That's not necessarily a good response. You know, do you want to play a two-player rummy type game, or do you want to play a solitaire mathematical puzzle? But that's what got me in originally.
Excellent. Dan, thank you for spending
Thank
some
you.
more time with us.
Thank you for the time, and
Have a great
appreciate
show.
all the support.
Hey, you bet.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks again.
And now the microphone shuttle.
Okay, let's switch the microphone.
Oh, the batteries?
Yes, we need to do batteries.
Then let's pull it back this way. Let me,
Those take triple.
check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Could everyone hear us again? Looks like they should. And we'll...
Oh, when we were having breakfast and we go to the little cafes by Paris, and these people came by, they saw the logo, and they're like, Dice Tower, what do you guys do? We're just here to gamble. It's like, oh, you know, we're a podcast, and they're like, neat, any current board games you recommend? And like all three of us are like, code names. That's where you want to start.
That's what you need,
yeah.
And we can put this or do it or
We can start with it up, and then we can slide it down for the.
Yeah, okay. Let's put it right there. Just don't put it in front of the mic.
Okay. So from here and then down to there. I will let you handle this.
Okay. Okay. Is this one going? Oh, yes. All right. Welcome back to the Dice Tower's coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. And I'm excited because I am joined now by Josh from CGE, who is here to talk about a few things to whet our appetite that CGE has coming up. Starting off with one of the biggest hit games in my game group of the last 2 years, Codenames. So why don't you start here and branch off?
Yeah, so obviously last year we've had our hit breakout game Codenames, and we could not be more thrilled with the popularity through the gaming community. So thank you to everybody that's enjoyed the game and shared it with your friends and family. I love hearing all the stories that you bring to me for that. So we've had a lot of success with this, so much in fact that we are at 18 languages already printed.
Really?
Already printed 18 languages, and we have at least another 11 languages to be printed before the end of this year.
That's excellent.
Yeah, so I'm really hoping that we're going to get up to like in the 30, 35 range. We have a lot of opportunities in front of us with Codenames, and it's super amazing and how much everybody's been supporting it and loving it and sharing the word. So thank you to everyone. And kind of on that, the next thing I'm going to talk about is later this year, we have planned for Gen Con another Codenames product that'll be coming out.
Do you mean like an expansion to Codenames, or?
Well, for right now, it's another Codenames product. So what we're going to do is...
You're going to make this really challenging for me, aren't you?
A little bit. So it's kind of on topic and on brand for Codenames. But I did want to talk to you guys and let you know that we are developing that product, and it's going to use a kind of a different part of your brain. So instead of maybe just the word element, maybe you need to use the visual element to put your clues together.
Okay.
It's a really, really neat project that we've been playing around with, and Vlada is an amazing designer, and to see what he's doing and what we're doing with the product is really cool.
So it's some sort of variation, but it is grounded in Codenames.
Yeah, it's absolutely grounded in Codenames. Just think of we've kind of experimented, and we want to explore the space that we've created with the Codenames game and kind of the parts of your brain that get rolling and functioning, and we're very, very excited about it. And like I said, we're planning on bringing that out at Gen Con, and hopefully I'll have something before then, maybe for Dice Tower Con, to bring down and play with you guys.
Excellent.
If we do there, I'll definitely get you in on a game and bring that to everybody down there.
All right. Well, if you're not going to let me sneak any more info about it out of you, let's move on to the next thing you want to talk about.
So the next thing that we have that I can tell you is we have an expansion for alchemists.
Oh, excellent. And that's the one that incorporates the app in making the potions and everything?
Exactly. So you use the app to make potions, figure out what things are comprised of. So we have been working on the expansion, and we are planning on bringing that out at Essen this year. So the way that the expansion is going to work is it basically has 2 gameplay elements that you can add.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into a lot of the details. I'm going to give you some overview. One of them is you can add just more variety. You like the level of deduction required, you like the choices. We want to add a few more things to give you more variety with how to play as opposed to the depth of play.
Okay.
The second component that you can add on top of that layer is more complexity.
Okay.
So we can give you more variety, but then you can also add on top of that more complexity. So more deductive reasoning is needed to figure out all of those answers.
So you can have the options to either have more to do or make those things more difficult to figure out to do.
Right.
Excellent. Okay.
So I got to play it a little bit last week at our gaming summit that we do within the company in the Czech Republic, and it's really cool. I think people are really going to like it and be excited about it.
Now with these expansions, or the expansion for it, is the app still used the same way, or does it change the way the app is used in the game?
Yeah, so for right now, it's still being used in the same way.
Okay.
We are going to explore the app and how we can utilize those things together to make it the best experience possible.
Cool. Okay.
After that, we came out with the new version of Through the Ages last year. And there's already been a lot of demand and outcry for Through the Ages expansion, and Vlada has also been working on that. So our plan later this year, again for Essen, is going to have a Through the Ages expansion. So it's going to add some new wonder, some new leaders, some new stuff, and you'll be able to mix all of that in and add that to your new version of Through the Ages.
Excellent.
Yeah, so we're excited about that as well.
Okay.
And then we have another project, which I almost feel bad for telling you that we have this other project because it's we're still in the development phase.
Okay.
And basically right now it is unnamed game. Internally, we know what we're calling it, we know what we're doing with it, but we do have a standalone game project, a full-blown game project that we are targeting for Essen as a new full game release. So instead of a continuation of something like Codenames or an expansion like with Alchemist or Through the Ages, we have a complete standalone game that we're working on that we would like to be done for Essen. But most importantly, if it's not ready, we're going to wait and bring it out later because we want to bring you the best game that we can bring you.
Okay.
We don't bring you games on a timetable. We bring you games when they're ready.
That can pay off.
Yeah.
Now, can you talk about what's the mechanics, the mechanisms, the theme behind it at all?
Sure. So it's a board game.
Okay.
It's going to come in a box, and you're going to play it.
You're
going to have fun.
You're making this really challenging.
So, like I said, I almost felt bad for telling you, but I did want to let you and all of the viewers know that we are working on another standalone project, so people don't just say, oh, well, they're just redoing the hits. We do have new things in the pipeline, but we want them to be ready and prepared to bring to you.
Is this new mystery game being completely developed in-house, or is it... Okay, so it is your project that you guys are working on.
So we work with a lot of great designers, and they've been working over the years on some of these games, and they brought them to us, and we did a lot of playtesting last week in the Czech Republic at that game summit I went to, and we did a lot of work on it, and I'm excited about it. Like I'm ready for it to be ready, so I can tell you more.
Me too.
I just want us to get to that point. As soon as we do, obviously I'm going to tell you guys and come on. So.
In the meantime, though, it looks like Gen Con, Dice Tower Con, Essen are kind of the targets to really have the next steps of these things to reveal.
Right. So far, the way that Czech Games has been working over the years has been all of their games would come out at Essen. That was their model. They're a European company. That's nothing wrong with that. Last year, we pushed forward Codenames release to Gen Con, and they saw the positive response from the crowd there in the U.S. market, and they got really excited about that. So now I've moved up one of the games to Gen Con when possible. Again, we don't work on a timetable. Of course. If it's ready, we're going to bring it there. So that's our target. And we're aiming on hitting that. This Codenames product, I see no reason it won't be available at Gen Con, but we want to give something to the U.S. market as well, because so much is like, well, everything's at Essen or everything's here. We want to make sure that our fans in the States or that come visit Gen Con from overseas or anywhere, we have something new to present to them and to interact and engage them with.
Okay. Well, Josh, I don't know exactly what I'm excited for, but you have gotten me excited for it. So thank you.
It's exciting.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, guys.
All right. And in the meantime, keep watching the Dice Tower for more coverage at the 2016 GAMA Trade Show. Cool. That was a fun one.
Yeah.
One more time. Don't forget the mic.
You have intrigued everyone on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
The internet is blowing up with intrigue.
You can come around and start setting up.
Hi, Josh. I have a feeling that this is going to go very similar to the interview with Chaz, because everyone wants details on the stuff you don't want to share
All we've
details
heard
on.
was visual aspect to Codenames. We saw that thing 1,000 times flying by here, and we're guessing we're getting no comment to this time.
Look at that hair. Look at that dude's hair. Man.
I know.
That's out of control.
That's pretty nice.
In the
That's
delay,
epic.
you're seeing your hair.
So Alchemist expansion. You said you don't have a timetable yet, but if a listener in Australia is wanting to know how soon he can get it.
So our current target is Essen.
Okay.
That is our current target for release of the product.
And that'll be worldwide, or
we would like for it to be worldwide.
Yeah.
Around that point, obviously with shipping issues, staggering shipments to other continents is very challenging.
Right.
So our plan is to have the expansion released at Essen, and then after that have it being shipped to those other places. So Australia takes a few weeks, North America takes several weeks. So it's going to be bring the release there, and then ship from our warehouses, and then kind of it'll be staggered out. So
Right.
I know that Australia gets things a little bit later because of the distance from where we ship from, but we're going to get it to you as soon as we can. And like I said in the interview, we want to bring it to you when it's ready. Right. I want you to enjoy the experience and play the complete product.
Here's an interesting question that's come by. What does your shirt say? I know I've seen that shirt say Codenames in English, so I'm guessing that's a Czech
you go. That's
version
the
of
translation.
it.
Yeah, it's
That's
Czech
the
for
translation in Czech
Codenames.
of
There you go.
Codenames.
The Czech translation is actually cover names. So cover kind of like undercover or
Undercover,
hidden
yeah.
or shrouded. That's the more literal translation, but yeah, it is Codenames in Czech.
Speaking of Codenames, what is the favorite clue, your best clue you've ever given in a game of
Best
Codenames?
clue I've ever given for quantity of clues was Saloon 6.
Wow.
Saloon 6?
Yeah.
And do you remember all 6 of the words that added up to?
They got 5 of the 6. One was mug. One was. It was all like kind of Old West bar. Root for like root beer.
Oh wow!
In a mug.
Wow.
There were some other ones. The one that they didn't get was like wagon. But that saloon is the name of a style of car in the UK that is, I think it's more station wagon-y. It might not be. That's what I was thinking and hoping they would thought. So correct me if I'm wrong on that. But they didn't get that one. I'm like, this is like the super outlier, because you always get like, oh, here's the core, but here are the outliers. Are they going to take that path and take that branch to go there? But I've seen some incredible clues given by players for the last 6 months that I wouldn't know that, but part of the beauty of the game is knowing the people you're playing with and how they're going to relate things
Right,
together.
yeah.
So great. It's so great. I've never done 6. I think the most I've ever given is a clue with 4, and they didn't get it right.
Yeah. Lots of questions relating to Galaxy Trucker.
Yep, this will be our last one.
Is there anything that you can share, or Is the game done?
So Galaxy Trucker is available right now. Our publishing partner in the U.S., Rio Grande, they have it still. We have been very good partners with Jay. We took over the publishing and distribution of our products in the States about a year ago. So we have an agreement with him, and it's going to come back to us, and it's all amicable. We were very happy. It's just time for us to grow a little bit as a company. So as soon as that happens, we have full plans to continue publishing Galaxy Trucker. There are expansions available for it. We just did Galaxy Trucker Missions last year at Essen, which takes the missions from the app and puts it in there. So there is a new product that has been released within the last 6 months for Galaxy
But they want
Trucker.
more.
I know. Everybody wants more. Who doesn't want more?
They
Galaxy
already
Trucker?
have missions. They want something.
They want something
They
else.
want more. They want more code names, which I think we're going to get at some point. There was enough clues about it.
Yeah. Josh, thank you for being especially
so
vague,
much.
but also helpful at the
You're
same
very
time.
welcome. Yes. You're very welcome. Yes, it's always good to see you.
Good to
I've
see
known
you.
Josh for like 15 years through my WBC days, so it's always good to see you here.
Good to see you guys. So we'll
Thank you much.
we'll give you guys much more information as soon as I
as
soon as I know. All right, guys.
Anything
Thanks, sir.
code names is awesome, so we're very happy.
Let's spin the camera around once again.
Yes.
Do it quickly. Make everybody dizzy.
And you're a designer with Lynvander, correct?
The owner.
The owner. Okay.
And a designer.
Sorry, audio sync.
The slate, no, I know.
Yeah, okay. Hey, and welcome back to the Dice Towers coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show, taking a look at some things that are coming up this year in board games. And this time we have something very interesting that's coming up in the world of board games, because I'm joined by Thomas from Lynvander Studios, owner and designer there. And so why don't you give us a little background of who you are and segue into what you have coming up?
Okay, so I come from the film background, and for many years just making movies and television in Canada.
Okay.
I got to go to a lot of conventions, and I got to meet a lot of board game creators, designers, and companies, but I was never in the industry.
Okay.
After a dare, I made a board game.
On a dare?
On a dare. Made a board game. Now I've made a few, and one of the board games was a sci-fi worker placement parody. I got to meet and know Catalyst Games for quite a while, so Lauren at Catalyst Games, and we'd play games and stuff together. We started working on a Shadowrun game together, and the next thing you know, he plays this sci-fi worker placement game called Deep 5, and it's still being assembled and shipped here at the moment, so it's not quite in retail.
It's in production.
It's in production, yeah. And he liked the sci-fi funniness of it, and presented me with the opportunity to work on the licensed Galaxy Quest.
From the movie Galaxy
The Galaxy Quest, yes. Never
the
give up.
ultimate sci-fi
Never
comedy.
surrender, that's right. So I'm a huge fan of Galaxy Quest. Tim Allen is one of my favorite actors. Alan Rickman as well, the late Alan Rickman. And it was like, let me think about that. Yes. So currently, Lynvander stops. We no longer publish games.
Okay.
We just design now. We're a design studio. We have a 3,000 square foot facility for designing with all kinds of like printers and stuff. And we just make prototypes and design games for companies such as Jasco Games and now Catalyst. And we're in discussion with Ninja Division right now. So we're just starting to create a lot of licensed products: Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. There's a couple other ones in the Whedonverse I can't really talk about yet, but some big announcements coming up all at Gen Con this year. And Galaxy Quest is one of the big flagships of us, of our progression.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it's, Galaxy Quest it is.
So, how far into the development is the Galaxy Quest game? Do you know what kind of mechanics it's going to use? And
so I just found out that the Catalyst announced that they were doing Galaxy Quest, I believe, yesterday.
Yes, just
we didn't even know they were going to. But the good news is that for the last couple of months we've been developing this game.
Excellent.
We have a prototype here at GAMA. The prototype is in its final stages. I'd say we were about 95% done the mechanics. Everything's been approved and we're moving forward. It's a fully cooperative, total slapsticky humor, kind of fun worker placement style game taking place on the ship. And I think, ask me some questions and I'll tell you, and if I can't tell you, I can't tell you, but I'll do what I can.
Okay. Let's see here. Does it incorporate any like stills or anything from the movie?
Yeah.
What's the artwork like?
So we're going to have a cast portfolio shot that will be provided to us by the licensor as the front of the box, and the artwork throughout the game will be actual stills and stuff from the film. Not very much because the game itself is very intuitive. We have the blueprints of the ship, so we get to dissect and break down the ship, the Omega-13 we're going to have in there. We're going to have cast photos for each of the character cards, but are actually the photos of the characters, promo shots that the company did back then. So it's going to be kind of a live action looking piece, but we will supplement it with a lot of real life looking artwork that can fit in and around, and plus there's lots of custom components and stuff that you'll get with it that are all specifically fitting for the Galaxy Quest theme.
Are any of the plot lines or jokes from the movie going to be woven into the gameplay?
Yes, I can tell you that the game is a game that's meta inside its own meta, just like the movie. So, you're playing the actors, and your actors are arguing over popularity. Even though you're fighting for popularity to get screen time and to win your awards and stuff, you're also forcing to work together cooperatively to save the ship from its disasters that happen. And all of the episodes and all of the lexicons that we've received the information on is going to be incorporated. So you're going to have episode 138. We're going to have the constant references, quotes on the cards referencing the episodes. It's going to be like actually participating in an episode of Galaxy Quest every single time. So
now, what about components? You mentioned something about some figures or minis and cards.
I don't know if we're going for the minis at this stage. I do know that the components, like custom components, like the resources on the ship and stuff like that, crewmen and blasters and the aliens and whatnot. And so there'll be a lot of little gadgets and knickknacks that you would find in a worker placement style game.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a need for minis, so I don't think we're going to have minis for this.
Okay, so we're not going to have like the characters for each player or anything.
No, because you won't need characters because you are the player playing onto the ship. If I could get away with a ship model, licensors out there, if that's cool, we would do a little ship because I think that why not? Right?
Yeah, of course, why not if we can? But excellent. And so you said it's been in design stage. What about production release? What's kind of your timeline targets for that?
So here at GAMA, we were able to, because we're from Ontario, Canada, so we do a lot of our stuff through print and play and shipping back and forth to Seattle, where Catalyst HQ is. And so we get a lot of feedback that's semi-delayed because of the time and the time it takes for them to print the game out and play it and give us feedback and us to implement the feedback, yada yada. Here at GAMA, we had a great opportunity because we had all the components here and we could just mix and match and scratch and do whatever we need to and have opportunities to play the game over and over again and get feedback directly from the source to finish the tweaks. Now, before we even came here, we had a mechanic that was solid. We had an engine that was good. Everybody was green-lighting the engine and moving forward, but we just need to, just over the hump, just a couple last little tweaks to make it balanced, to make it challenging, to make it funnier, whatever we could do. So. As soon as we got the first thing we did is have a big party and watch Galaxy Quest over and over and over again, just so we had it all in our heads like constantly. So, yeah. So we're going to go into manufacturing. We're not going to kickstart it. It's going straight to retail, I believe.
Okay.
Our projected goal. I hope I'm allowed to say all this stuff. Our projected goal is to have it launched and in people's hands at Gen Con this year. So
wow, okay, so you
fast tracking it. Well, it's the anniversary, right? Plus, I was saying to you earlier that right after we received the go-ahead from the licensor to get it, like within less than 48 hours later, we had the news that Alan Rickman died. So it was like the biggest bittersweet ever. It's like it was just super bitter that being in the film industry, an idol passes on, and so iconic in Robin Hood and everything else that he's been part of. And then the suite was like, I'm so honored to be able to work on a project that he's so close to.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we can pay homage to the game enough that the fans will really appreciate it. And it's not just a game, it's got a little bit of heart in there, a little bit of tears, something to make it go. So dedicated to Alan Rickman. So.
Excellent. Oh, I really hope. I bet everyone watching hopes the same thing too. So.
Please, feedback is good, but we're gonna do whatever we can to promise you that. So.
Excellent. Well, we'll keep an eye out for it around Gen Con, and if anything else comes up, keep us posted.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Thomas.
Pleasure, man. Thanks.
All right. For everyone else watching, keep watching the Dice Tower's continuing coverage of the GAMA 2016 Trade Show.
Thank you.
Cool. Yay.
We have a few Q&As over here.
Oh, yes, right over there.
Thanks, man. That was good. Glad that worked out.
Yes, me too.
Galaxy Quest. Do you like the movie, Eric?
I love Galaxy Quest.
I love the movie,
That is a
too.
fantastic film. Just spot on, both as a parody and just as a really good movie.
I know.
It's it's that kind of thing that there's lots of parody movies that are just plain silly. But Galaxy Quest is, it makes fun while still being reverent and respectful of the source material. It's just a fantastic movie. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. A couple of questions that have shown up in the feed. They want to know if there's going to be a tribute to Alan Rickman.
Oh, yes.
In the game.
Oh, I hope so.
Have you been able to? I missed it if you already discussed, but are you actually using assets from the film, or is it a new art design?
No, we'll be using assets from the film. We will only supplement the assets that are needed based on how the game's the mechanics demands.
Right.
So we get all the blueprints from the ship. We get stills from the film. Stills from a film, especially older films, are harder to keep in good quality. So we're going to get a lot of production, higher production promotional stills and stuff that the studios used.
Right.
So that will enhance the quality of the game. I don't necessarily just want it to be a giant reprint of everything that people have already seen. I want to try and find some original stuff, but I think the best way to go about doing that is to just use whatever high quality assets we got and then add some flavor to it, some real life illustrations or something to sort of enhance it. So, but as for the question for Alan Rickman, yes, we're totally going to put anything and everything that we can in the flavor text, in the rule book, something to tribute him, because I mean, anybody who's a fan of Galaxy Quest, and even if you're not a fan of Galaxy Quest, I mean, Robin Prince of Thieves, he's been in pretty much like
Die Hard. He was the bad guy in Die Hard. Come on, Hans
Gruber.
Hans Gruber.
My God, like just like being from a film industry, it's a killer.
Right.
So
with the license, how much leeway do you have to mess with the universe? Do you have to pretty much stick to the parameters that are in the movie, or have you been able to sort of expand and push the envelope a little?
You know, that was an early question that we were faced with. Galaxy Quest is a very small universe. It has a lot of material to it, but nothing like Star Trek or Star Wars or any of the other big hits. So it's like we are trying to contain it by using all of the lingo and all of the story that they have in the movie and anything subsidiary to that. But it's hard to expand outside, because I feel like if you expand outside, it's hard not to touch on the other sci-fi tropes, and there's no place for it. So we're going to have to try and keep it all contained, but make it broad enough so there's a replay value and not as esoteric that non-Galaxy Quest fans wouldn't be able to play it. So we're going to try and make it broad.
Thank you very much for spending some time with us and for answering the internet's questions.
Thanks. Yes, it's always nice to talk to people who come from a movie background and then go into a gaming background.
And it's going to be fascinating to see what you come up with.
Well, looking forward to seeing you at Gen Con.
Excellent.
Yes, we will.
Thank you very much. And now heading over to Sam.
And I see lots of minis. Shadows of Brimstone, a lot.
Is that a bomb?
What's that?
Is that a bomb?
Yeah,
You just
no.
ran over, dropped it.
Dropped it, yeah. Actually, if you could pull that more over towards, put it right there where the cross crease is. Yeah, right there. That's good. I just don't want it to have.
Is it a mic or?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a Bluetooth mic. It's connected to the live stream.
Oh, very cool.
That's going on right now. So I think they're ready. If you guys are ready, you're all set.
It says Jack. I go by Scott. So you can either call me Scott or Jack Scott Hill. Either way.
I will change it.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
It's very confusing.
Did I get the wrong name off the?
No, it's I go by my middle name.
Yeah.
It ends up being helpful though, because when people like pretend to know me, like if I go to the bank, they're like Jack, good to see you. I'm like, you don't know me. You don't know me. Come on.
That is.
Great idea, man.
Yeah.
Just so you know, you are on the edge of what I can capture.
Oh, should I move in?
Be mindful of so you don't lean out is all. You know what I mean?
I'm already going to be talking like this into his mic, so it could
That's
work.
For a different, that's like, Ice Tower after dark. Now,
We're live here.
you kidding me? Fast whenever you're ready, man.
All right. I'm going to do a short clap just for audio sake.
Sure.
Wait. You're not going to read on one of those mics.
No, that one's
Not
my switched on. You lying to me?
That's why I check.
Got it.
The monitor.
Yeah, you should turn it on. There we go. Just like so. All right, ready? Here we go. Hey folks, welcome back to our live coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016 in Las Vegas. And here I am with Jason and Scott from Flying Frog Productions. Welcome, fellas. What have you got for us today?
Well, we're showing off a lot of cool new stuff for Shadows of Brimstone this year at GAMA. This right here is the Frontier Town expansion. It's actually just hit stores in late February, and it basically completely expands the cool Old West themed stuff you can do in town between your adventures.
Yeah, that's cool.
So just as a quick recap, Shadows of Brimstone is a Old West meets Unspeakable Horror dungeon crawl. It's fully cooperative, no GM or anything.
Right.
And you keep your characters from game to game. It's persistent. So the Frontier Town, adds a ton of cool new stuff. It adds bandits that you can fight in town. They can show up down in the mines. There's a bunch of new locations you can visit. You can find different specialty towns where maybe when you arrive in town, you find that it's actually a river town. So there's a riverboat that has a gambling hall on it, or you might come across a haunted town. So there's like ghosts and specters that come out at night to try to corrupt you, and lots of cool different stuff that you can do with this brand new Frontier Town expansion.
Very cool.
But we have a bunch more expansions coming out over the next several months and really the rest of the year. A lot of new enemy packs are coming out. We have this extra large size Darkstone Hydra, and if you have the figure for that, it's pretty cool. The Darkstone Hydra is basically like a rattlesnake that's been completely irradiated by the magic of the Darkstone. And so it's grown multiple heads and has become gigantic. And one of the really cool things about the Darkstone Hydra is that it's not actually an epic threat. You don't actually have to wait for an end boss to fight it. He can actually just show up as a normal, you turn a corner and there's a Darkstone Hydra. And he scales based on the number of heroes in your party. And he's a lot of fun to fight. You cut off one head, a couple more grow back. And you never know what you're going to run into. And so Darkstone Hydra is one of those enemies coming out in April. And then we got another couple enemy sets coming out in April. The Trun Hunters, which are kind of vicious alien hunter warrior cast. And the Custodians of Targa, which are like robotic kind of spider-like guardians that protect and rebuild the systems on the Targa Plateau, which is one of those other worlds.
So even though the alien race that created this ancient city that you're this frozen ancient city that you're adventuring in, they're long gone. But they've left behind these robotic custodians, and they keep the lights on and make it extra creepy. Because it's like the lights are still on, everything's running. Where is everybody? What's going on?
And then the Trun Hunters are basically an alien race that have discovered the Targa Plateau alien world and found it to be the harshest climate they could encounter. So they use it as a training ground. And so if you wander through into this other world, you might run into these alien hunters that are basically killing you for sport.
That's really neat.
And also with the Custodians of Targa, we included the Targa Pylons, miniatures for the Targa Pylons. That's something that in the main game we have a counter for, but the more we started playing with it, we're like, it would be really cool if there was a miniature for it. And we didn't really, it's a strange thing to try to sell separately, so we thought, let's throw it in as a bonus. So it's included as a bonus with the Custodians.
And each of these enemy sets has all of the miniatures, the enemy record sheet, and all the cards you need to use those to add them to your adventures.
Yeah, that's cool. Very neat.
So all three of those are coming out in April, and then we have a couple more enemy sets coming out in June. This is basically the Scafford Gang, and it's a deluxe enemy set. So it's a little bit larger than the normal enemy sets. It's got a couple different enemy types in you can fight. Colonel Scafford is like a legendary mutant outlaw, and his gang, the Scafford Gang, are all mutant outlaws with big tentacle arms, or they fused with their pickaxe that they use to mine in the tunnels. And so with one of these deluxe enemy sets, it actually is kind of a deep dive into that enemy type. And so you not only have those new enemy types to fight, there's also a ton of new cards that are themed around them, new encounters that are all about the Scafford Gang. You might find a mutant's den. Yeah, there's 2 new missions that involve the Scafford Gang, and just lots of cool new material to do a deep dive into that new enemy type.
Sounds like these are really just jam-packed with more content.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it just adds so much more variety, and they don't really make the game longer. It's more the variation.
Wider.
Yeah, it makes it wider, so you can run into a lot more different stuff. And so that same month in June, we're also coming out with the Darkstone Brutes, which are also part of the Scafford Gang thematically, but they're basically guys that have become completely fused with rock and Darkstone, and so they become big kind of ogreish brute type characters that aren't so smart anymore because half their brain is rock, but they can hit really hard with their big rocky fists.
That's cool.
And so both of those sets are scheduled for June, and then in July we have 2 more enemy groups. The Harvesters from Beyond, which are basically aliens from another dimension that come through portals in big kind of diving suits to explore other worlds and kind of steal stuff, find stuff of value, artifacts to bring back to their homes.
And nobody knows what they look like inside.
Yeah, no one's ever really cracked the suit.
They could be from another dimension or an alien. We don't know.
And as they're traveling around and exploring these other worlds, the idea is that there's a big hoses that go back off their heads and up into a portal that are connecting them to whatever atmosphere they breathe and keeping them going to explore these other worlds. And then the Traderan Raiders, we'll talk more about Tradera in just a minute, but Traderan Raiders are basically alien soldiers from another planet that all of their resources on their planet are running out, and so they send these sort of raiding teams into other worlds to bring back resources and Darkstone and things of value. And so one thing that both these enemy types share is that they come with not only the miniatures and the enemy record sheets and the threat cards to use them in the mines, they also come with threat cards for every other world that we have currently scheduled.
Okay.
So even if you're off exploring some crazy alien world, you might run into one of these guys that are looking for resources on that planet too.
That's cool. Good idea.
Yeah, so both of those are scheduled for July.
And these guys right here, the Traderan Raiders, we're about to talk about Tradera because that's a new Otherworld expansion that we have, where you can visit the world that these guys are from. But we wanted this to come out first because they're kind of like a scouting party.
Right.
They come into our world looking for Darkstone and trying to get resources. And so these are coming out first as an advanced scout party. And so your players in your game can run into the Raiders first, and then later end up going to the world that they originated from.
That's cool. That's a cool storyline.
Yeah.
It's good.
So one of the coolest things about Shadows of Brimstone is that not only are you having this dungeon crawl adventure in the mines with your Old West cowboys fighting crazy demons, but you also find portals that lead to other worlds, and you can go through those portals and explore in those other kind of alien environments. And so Tradera is a brand new other world that's coming out in the fall, and we're shooting for a Gen Con time frame release for it. And this is just a box mock-up, but basically Tradera is this world that is kind of a World War I style alien planet that's a complete war zone. So when your Old West heroes come through one of these portals and end up on Tradera, suddenly you find yourself in kind of a no man's land with trenches and landmines and toxic gas clouds, and running into these alien soldiers that have big gas masks and trench gear and are kind of patrolling the area looking for enemies to fight. And that's cool. And so this set is actually a deluxe Otherworld expansion. So we released the first Otherworld expansion last fall, and that was the Caverns of Cinder, which is like a kind of a lava world.
Yeah.
And this one, we wanted to just pack in so much stuff that we ended up making it sort of a deluxe set. So it has a full set of map tiles that have the world of Tradera on one side, and then brand new mine rooms on the other side. So it adds to your to all of the adventures you play, as well as whenever you run into this other world itself. It also has 4 new enemy types that come in the box with all the miniatures and enemy record sheets and cards for those. So we have Traderan Legionnaires, which are like the basic soldiers. They've got their gas masks and helmets and big Darkstone carbines. And we have Z4 Grenadiers, which are kind of like big explosives experts, and they're in like big bomb suits, and they'll throw thermal charges at you, and they're really hard to take down, but they're also really slow because of all their gear. So you can see they're pretty giant there, the Z4 Grenadiers. There's also Traderan Mutants, which are pretty cool. So these are basically like the Legionnaire characters that their suits have broken and they've become contaminated, and so they've sprouted big tentacles and have gone crazy from being mutated. And one of the things that's really fun about these figures is that the tentacle arms are actually separate from the rest of the figure. So when you put them on, you can choose what angles to put them in.
That's cool.
You can swap right and left tentacles, or put on 2 left ones, 2 right ones, and
Right.
really mix and match to give them a very dynamic kind of flow to the figures.
I get the distinct feeling that you guys have been busy.
We have been quite busy, yeah. And so the last enemy type you run into in Tradera are the Traderan Lieutenants, and they're basically these sort of command characters that come out leading the other troops, and they can actually give them orders to give them special abilities each turn and shake it up.
Yeah.
But there's just a lot of cool stuff with Tradera. You know, when you're fighting these Legionnaires, sometimes when they come out, they'll actually have a special weapon as part of their squad. It's called a Weapons of War, and it might be like a little 2-man machine gun where they sit at the end of the hall just shooting at you every time you move.
Yeah.
Or they might have like there might be a guy that has a flamethrower. or like a shockwave gun, things like that. Sometimes they'll have like a field radio where they can call in reinforcements in the middle of the fight. So there's just a lot of really, really cool, fun stuff. And one of the other themes of the world of Tradera is that they've discovered this darkstone, this magical rock that they can use that's full of kind of energy and power, and they've used it, they've weaponized it, turned it into bombs and bullets and explosives and all of that. And so the world has become very corrupted. And so when you're running around on these different map tiles, a lot of times you'll run into spaces that have little radiation icons on them. And basically, anytime your hero moves through one of those spaces, you get some corruption hits because you'll start mutating from the radiation, like the fallout that's all over this world.
That's neat.
And then also, because there's this war zone, there's all this rubble and kind of battlefield hazards and terrain. And so sometimes when you find map tiles that have these little terrain icons on, and you'll get a random number of little pieces of terrain that go on between spaces so that you can have firefights, where enemies are hiding behind terrain, you're shooting across it, you can go up and hide behind a tank trap.
Very cool.
Basically interact with the terrain, and you never know what arrangement it's going to be when you run into a new tile.
Right, that's cool.
And of course it comes with 6 different pieces of these little plastic terrain.
And I should say he's talking about the different parts of terrain and also radiation spaces. These are directly tied to the artwork as well. So if you look like here, this is an unexploded bomb, and all around here, around the bomb, it's leaking radiation, and the space in the center where the bomb is, like the epicenter, is 3 radiation markers.
Yeah, so you have to decide if if it's worth just taking the shortcut across, or if you want to like skirt the edges to avoid the unexploded bomb.
It looks not that necessarily gameplay interesting just like this, but when you're playing and you have to start like moving around it, or you're in battle and you find that you're like locked in a spot where you're getting irradiated and you can't get away, and you're like, I have to escape. And I have to say, in playtesting this, you get irradiated. When you go to Tradera, you usually come back with a second head or like a tentacle
might come back
arm.
with a mutation. But one of the things that's really cool about Tradera is that because they've spent so much of their time trying to prevent being corrupted by the weapons that they use, then a lot of the artifacts you find are actually things that will prevent that corruption from getting through. Prevent the radiation. So you might find a Traderan breath mask that wards off radiation, or one of the
stabilizers.
You get like a stabilizer injection that removes corruption from yourself.
That's cool.
Or different helmets and trench coats that can shrug some of that radiation off.
We actually tried to get enough stuff that if you were to find all of the right things, you could be in full Traderan regalia.
So you can fully get the boots and the helmet and the mask.
Now you can infiltrate there.
Yeah, exactly. You can actually even get the big thermal charges that these Z4 Grenadiers carry.
Yeah. So this right here is just a little sampling of the miniatures. You actually get 6 Traderan Legionnaires, 6 mutants, 3 of the large Z4 Grenadiers, and 3 of the different Traderan lieutenants, and then 6 of the mine train. So it's really just packed full of stuff.
Are there any more heroes in this one?
No, there's no heroes that come in this one, but there's a lot of stuff that you can sort of get for your heroes.
Okay.
With the different artifacts and things like that. And one of the other things that's really fun with Tradera is because it's this battlefield war zone that you're fighting through. One of the aspects of it is that whenever you are moving around, you can scavenge and try to search the area for fun stuff and interesting things that you might find. And with Tradera, because it's a war zone, you can actually scavenge up to 3 times on each map tile. So normally, with the normal game, when you're running around, you can only scavenge once per map tile.
Yeah.
So it gives you more opportunities to scavenge. And to add extra theme and flavor to it, we made a special battlefield scavenge deck. So it's specific to Tradera. So when you're here running around and searching for stuff, you might find a broken crate that has something whiskey in it, or bandages, or stabilizer injections. You might find say a tripwire where you're searching around, oh, what's this? Click, and then suddenly it explodes under you, and also anybody next to you also
it's
takes
worth
some
10
damage.
experience points.
Yeah, anytime you successfully
scavenge,
you'll get some experience. Or you might find a dead soldier, where you can search his body and see if there's anything of use. So there's a lot of really, really cool fun and thematic stuff in
Very neat. So there's a lot of Shadows of Brimstone stuff here. Is there anything else this year that's coming out for one of your other titles?
So we've been really focused. This is a big year for Shadows of Brimstone,
Right, yeah.
And so because we did this Kickstarter a couple of years ago, and have been just going hog wild trying to get all of this stuff for that Kickstarter done. That's our main focus right now. We haven't forgotten the previous games, and they're all still, we got expansions for all that stuff coming, but it's just pushed a little bit further out because of all the cool Shadows of Brimstone stuff that's coming down the line.
Okay, great. Well, is there anything else you want to tell us right now, or is that pretty much it?
That covers most of the stuff that we've announced and the stuff that's on the horizon. I mean, you can grab out the Belial figure if you want.
I should do that.
It's pretty cool.
Well, the last thing I want to say about Tradera, just to work in a couple more notes that are really cool.
Okay.
Some of the new missions. This right here is the Doomsday device. There's actually a mission where the Traderans have created this horrible Doomsday device, and you have to actually get to it and stop it before Tradera blows itself up.
Cool.
And so you're as a simple cowboy, you are now trying to save another entire world. Armed only with a 6-shooter and a pack mule or what have you.
And there's a bunch of new missions in the box, so it gives you a lot more variety of stuff.
Pull that Belial figure out.
Okay.
We got to see that. Look at this.
This one right here. Now he is something that he's done for our Kickstarter backers, but he's not yet going to be going to retail. He's not on our production schedule right now, so he certainly won't be out this year.
All right, but that's
he is coming in the future, and since we have him done, we wanted to show him off because he's really cool.
And that's the actual production version of the model kit for him.
Cthulhu Wars ain't got nothing on y'all. Look at that, man. Goodness. All right, well, guys, thanks for stopping by. We really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
No problem.
Thanks so much. And y'all, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on the flip side later on, y'all.
Let's get you guys here for a quick Q&A. Because you guys, I thought I talked a lot, but you guys even talk more than I do.
Oh my
and
God.
you know your stuff. Everyone, the internet was blasting going, they know their stuff, they can talk, and they know their stuff. So let's get you guys over for a quick one if you want to talk to the internet.
They're gorgeous. Don't oh God, this just even makes me nervous watching you. No, don't tell. Oh my good golly.
Okay. I've got all your questions down here, internet, and we've got some good ones.
The camera's back on. All right.
Yeah.
You might want to scoot, yeah.
If it'll fit. That's my only question.
That's been asked 100 times. That's the biggest thing with them. Don't worry, we know what's going on. Have you played any Flying Frog games?
I've played Last Night on Earth, right?
Yeah.
And that's the only one I've actually played.
Not Conquest Planet Earth. That's the one that Tom likes the best. Let's get you guys in quickly.
Yes, take a seat.
So the internet's buzzing. The very first question is a controversial question that everyone's been asking. Are you going to make minis that are pre-assembled without having to take them off the sprues? That's what everyone wants to know.
Well, most of our games already have that. Most of our more board gamey games. With Shadows of Brimstone, one of the things we really wanted to do was to get the. Sorry, I wasn't sure if
It's
I
okay.
could pull this
No,
up.
yeah, please.
Yes, pull that off. Pull it off. But keep going because,
it was to really push the
game.
hobby aspect of things.
Yes.
So we were definitely aware that our main audience is like a board gamer, where they're used to just pulling a game off the shelf, getting it out, playing it, putting it back away. But at the same time, we're big hobby gamers ourselves and love painting miniatures and putting them together. And
And
once
also having that sense of customization, where if you have your bandito or your cowboy, you can make it different from everybody else's. You can put on a different head or a different arm or swap things around.
And so we were hoping to introduce that to some of our game fans, some of our audience, to say, hey, there's this other world out there. There's more you can do, and share our love of that.
Well, I've noticed some people said, can you make a second version with the pre-assembled minis? Because I know, Tom, you gave us a review copy, and we still haven't been able to put it together because we don't have the time to put it together. So we want to review it, but we can't do it until we get one. Have you thought about making a second version with pre-assembled ones for people who don't want to put the minis together?
It's an interesting idea. It would be tough. It would probably be we'd have to have them have the same minis assembled or something. It would be It would be rough. Some of those figures end up giant once you put them together, and
I know, I've seen it out. Here's the last quick question:
Sure.
is they want to know about like Touch of Evil and some of your older games that are hard to get in print. Are you planning to do reprints of like Touch of Evil expansions? Last
Yeah,
Night
so
on Earth?
none of our products are have ever gone out of print. It's just a matter of sometimes we run out of stock, and so it takes a little bit of time before we can get the next reprint done. Especially because we're still a relatively small company and only have finite resources, and so to be able to find time in the factory schedule and our resources on our end to get another print run of everything. But everything will come back into stock. It's just a matter of time, and we are also supporting all the games that we have made to date with new expansion material and new stuff. Some of that got pushed back just a little bit because there's so much Shadows of Brimstone stuff that we're working on. But I mean, there's still more coming for all the games.
Perfect. So you guys got all your answers, and we're going to send it back. I see Games Workshop over there. It's a pleasure to talk with you guys again, and let's send it back to Sam with Games Workshop.
Different guys, like this guy right here.
Okay.
He's got 3 arms.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those look gorgeous.
It's really neat.
Okay, it looks like we are going to be ready when you guys are.
Yeah, okay. Well, what we're basically going to do is I'm just going to open it up for you, and I'll let you talk as long as you want about whatever you want to talk about.
Okay.
This is largely whatever you want to say. I'm not here to push you to say anything that you don't want to say.
Okay.
So we're pretty free form as far as that's concerned.
Okay.
Whereas this is kind of a new miniatures games is a little bit of a new area for the Dice Tower. We've been mainly centric on focused on just board games.
Okay.
But myself and another gentleman named Rob Oren, we're trying to bring the painting, bring the modeling aspect into it a little bit more.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Could you both scoot towards the center just a 2 inches?
Good bit.
Okay.
So yeah, we just started getting all this kind of stuff. We have a thing called battling brushes that we're doing, where
Okay.
we assemble and we paint all the models, and then we give a playthrough. We try to do once a month, but it doesn't always work out that way because there's usually a lot of stuff to paint.
Yeah, okay. That's really my favorite part of the hobby, actually. I still paint 4 or 5 times a week. Yeah, for about an hour. Yeah, I go in to the office a little bit early.
Okay.
We got an area set up there. Yeah.
So how many models can you paint into that hour?
I like to highlight it, so I usually stage like 3 or 4 guys at a time.
Okay.
And then what will happen is I'll base coat them, then wash them, and then put a line highlight on them. Usually how I do it. So maybe an hour a model for a week, so I could do maybe 4 or 5 figs in a week.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's good. Okay, we set?
Yes, we are set.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give a clap for audio syncing, but then we'll get started. All right, here we go. We all ready? Set. Hey folks, welcome back to our live coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016 in Las Vegas. And here with me today is Andre from Games Workshop.
That's right.
Welcome.
Welcome.
And glad to have you here. So here
good to
we
be
have
here.
some very nicely painted figures here. What do these guys belong to?
Okay, so this is a new game that's out in stores right now, brand new. It's called Death Watch Overkill. And what it is there are space marines that are going down into a mining colony that they've lost touch with.
Yeah.
So they've lost touch with this mining colony. They don't know exactly what's happening. Of course, what we know is that the mining colony's overrun and corrupted the population with gene stealers and alien menace. They've got great big claws and fangs and stuff like that. So what happens in the gameplay is the heroes, the Space Marine heroes, which are like the top Space Marines. So Space Marines are,
from all the different orders,
right.
yeah.
That's right. They're already, Space Marines are already better than a regular human, but these are like the heroes of the Space Marines.
Right.
You select 4 of those and you play a mission. The mission has got different objectives, and of course the alien player is going to be running hybrids and aliens and gene stealers to try and stop you, and also playing dirty tricks to try and stop you.
Yeah.
So what happens is the tension sort of builds up because of the fact that there are 11 heroes to choose from, and there's 9 different missions. I think there's quite a bit of variety in the gameplay.
Good replayability. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
Yeah, so that's
cool.
out in shops right now.
Yeah, that's Death Watch Overkill.
Yeah,
really
take a
neat.
look at that, the Gene Stealer.
Yeah, these guys are just amazing.
The patriarch,
Models. Yeah, he's very cool. So, okay, well that's great. What else have you got for this?
Yeah, all right. Well, what else I wanted to show? This is a GAMA exclusive announcement. Yeah. So, new game. It's coming out. It'll be in stores in June, and it's called Lost Patrol. So what this is some Space Marine scouts are trying to work their way through the jungle, and what you've got inside the box. Well, should we crack the box open?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
So we've got inside the box is.
Now, is this a reprint of the Lost Patrol of yore, or is this
No,
a
this is
different
a new,
game?
Yeah, new game.
Okay.
Yeah. It is, we did one about 15, 20 years ago that was named Lost Patrol. This is a sort of redesign of that. So what you get are these hex tiles, and the Space Marine scouts are working their way through the jungle, trying to get back to their drop pod. They're going to get to the drop pod.
Yeah.
So as they're going through the jungle, what's happening, of course, is there are aliens, and also the jungle's coming alive and trying to stop them.
Okay.
Now, this is a pretty fast and fun game. You'll play a game of this in probably 30 minutes. If even one Space Marine scout survives to get to the drop pod, the Space Marine player wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So now I was talking to John earlier about this, and he was saying that this is kind of a you reveal as you go.
That's right. That's right. So you drop tiles so that depending on how much of the jungle they can see, different effects happen. And because you're going to shuffle this deck of hex tiles every time, the board is going to be random.
It's going to be random, and you can only see once you've already gone on something. If you leave it, it only stays revealed until you until it leaves your line of sight. Right?
That's right. So it's got like a fog of war sign.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And then things can show up where you've already been.
That's right.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's
The
really
jungle
cool.
comes alive.
I love that
aliens come
mechanic.
in.
That's a really
Yeah.
cool mechanic in a game like this. All right. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. So
there's
how
the
many
sprues.
models are you getting? Yeah, these are the sprues.
Yeah, there's 5 Space Marine scouts and 12 Gene Stealers.
Okay,
in
so
the
there's
box.
not a lot of stuff that you have to put together on this one.
That's right. That's right. And the plastics will come like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Pre-colored, so that if you just want to put it together and play some games,
Right.
You can.
You don't have to actually paint it, but painting is always fun.
Of course it is. Yeah.
So what's your price point for this one? This is a brand new title coming out.
That's right. So out in June, MSRP $60.
$60. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's a lot less than something like the Death Watch Overkill. What's
sure
the
is.
idea behind that?
Well, our idea is we think that this has the same kind of vibe as Space Hulk, and I think that people who enjoy Space Hulk are going to like Lost Patrol. So we try to get it into a price point that's, maybe something like Space
Open
Hulk.
for a lot more people.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. All right, so that's Lost Patrol, not a reprint, brand new title, coming from Games Workshop in, you said June?
That's right.
Okay, cool. What else have you got for us?
Okay, so this is the last thing I want to show.
And this is
today.
what everybody's been asking me about.
Yes.
Blood Bowl is
That
coming back.
Blood Bowl. Now this is a mock-up. It is in our design studio right now. It's in design.
Okay.
So we've got some figures, minis that have been completed, and that we've shown those pictures as we've gone, but there are more miniatures being designed for it. It is going to be orcs and humans.
That's cool.
In the box.
In the box. Then other expansions will come out for other armies. Teams.
Yeah, I don't have all the details on that, but there are going to be there's more support and more stuff coming out.
Cool.
And then this will be out within 12 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took a picture of the Lost Patrol box, I think it was yesterday, and I didn't realize it. But this little side of the box was showing, and I got more pings back about this little, just the words Blood Bowl than I did about Lost Patrol.
It's super widely anticipated.
Yes, it is. People are really, really chomping at the bit for this one to come back out. So that's great. All right, well, anything else? Any type of
I think that's all the
other
details
news?
that I've got for now.
Okay.
Yeah, but
All right, well, good.
Awesome.
Andre, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And guys, thanks for watching. And hey, we'll see you on the flip side. All right, thanks so much. We'll have some Q&A over here.
No, he has to run. So
Oh, he does have to run?
He has to
Okay.
run, that's why no Q&A. So while we wait, we'll just fill the time talking about some of our experiences here so far. So since we have a few minutes, what did everyone like the best while we wait for the next guy to get set up at the table? What was the thing that impressed you the most?
My performance.
I was impressed with your performance as well.
I was impressed as well.
You really did a good job. You came out of your shell.
Yeah.
I left that back in the hotel room.
Well,
you formed words well.
People were talking about it throughout the day.
You.
Thank of you. Oh, man.
Has this convention, you always had, like, I guess you'd call it conventionitis. Has this convention now gotten rid of that? Now you're, like, more excited?
No. No. It has been nice because it has been, very focused and more low-key. But to be honest, I've been running back and forth and in this room primarily, so I actually haven't been on the floor very much. And so must have been grabbing people. But,
there's a certain. I just walked around for a little bit, and there's this look in everyone's eyes because there is less than an hour. No, wait. There's actually 2 hours.
2 hours. An hour.
An
and
hour
40
minutes left. But there's this look as you get close to the end that everyone's like, it's almost here. Just keep it together for another hour or two. And that's you can see it just permeates every booth. And I went to say hi to some people, and they're all checking phones, and everyone's ready to wrap things up. I think
it's been fun, but fun is finite.
But it is a little quiet. I mean, it's much quieter. It's noisy out there, but it's not nearly the din and the oppressive, crush of people that you see at a consumer convention.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's nice to have a little bit of a difference.
Oh, our next guest is here.
Oh, good. Yep. Well, we can turn things around.
Yeah,
and
it
we'll
looks like
be
they're getting on the table.
talking with Roxley.
Roxley, and this game looks cool. I like games that stack, and I think this one's going to be cool.
Yeah, okay.
I love these pieces.
That is very nice.
So we've got our overhead camera right here. Okay. So we can actually see what's being shown.
Oh, perfect.
You see what I'm saying? So you can go ahead and set it up in there, whatever you want to show. And we're going to go for more of an overview than anything else.
Yeah,
I mean,
totally.
I
I can
imagine
actually
this is-
explain the whole rule set in 30 seconds.
I was going to say, I can imagine that this won't be something that takes a long time to explain, but
So, was your first name spelled Gavan?
And, yep, correct. So,
And is the company with Roxley? It is
Roxley.
Okay,
Yep.
it's not like a sub studio or anything. Okay, perfect. Got it.
Correct.
let me see, Chaz. How do you pronounce that?
Roxley?
No. Your
Oh,
first.
Gavin Brown.
It's
Gavin.
Gavin.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like I was doing this with from Blue Orange. His name's Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's another one of those that I have to make sure I'm saying. So basically Gavin, but it's Gavin. Just
Yep.
slightly off the song.
And last name Brown.
Brown, yep.
Great.
This is pretty cool looking. All right. Cool. And then I'll give you those. This is in the shot up top here. Let's mic you, and we are ready to go, my friend.
Cool.
So you can just clip that onto the edge of your shirt. There would be the best thing.
Here?
The mic
Okay.
head itself. Yeah, let's put it on this side of your collar here. So it's there. You go. With the mic on the outside. Let me take a look. Yeah, do it backwards. Take it back out. Yeah, I'll do it for you if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank
Would
you.
it work better on that side?
Glad to see you're healthy.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm back.
Yeah, awesome.
And let's clip the pack to your pocket as well, just something like that.
Okay.
And we'll turn it on. There's a little switch right at the top, right here, and that should be a green dot on there now.
Yep.
We're good. We're good. Move it in a bit.
Well, it doesn't have to be that far, so you have eye behind it, but yeah, there
Okay.
you go. I've got the
We can
whole
actually
word.
move some of this over a little bit.
That's true. That's fine too. Whatever.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
All right, excellent.
Is that on?
Yes.
And we're just doing, like I said, an overview. I'll introduce you. We'll do a quick overview. I might have a couple of questions, like when is this coming out, price point, and stuff like that.
Okay.
Pretty straightforward stuff. Cool. All right, I'm going to clap so we got an audio sync. Hey everybody, welcome back to our GAMA 2016 coverage. I am Z Garcia and I am here with Gavin from Roxley Games. How you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
I'm good, good to have you. And we are taking a look here at the newly announced, really, Santorini.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about this one.
So this is Roxley's third title, and it'll be kickstarting March 28th, so this month. And this game was originally designed in 1984 by a mathematician by the name of Gordon Hamilton. Over 30 years that's passed, he's refined and polished the game and actually added variable player powers. So it's one of the only abstract games in existence that features variable player powers. If not the only one. I've never heard of one, but every time you say something's unique, somebody points out that it's not unique. So
when it's an abstract game that you guys in your reprints have gone ahead and sort of added a theme to it.
Yes.
Because this game originally was really just a very abstract look to it, whereas now clearly we can see here these are buildings and we have the roofs and the people.
Totally. And we've always the game, if anybody out there has played the original Santorini, the gameplay is very thematic feeling. So, we aren't just trying to skin this game for the sake of for marketing. We've actually felt that this game is very thematic, so we wanted to expand on that theme.
Cool, very nice.
Through aesthetics.
So tell us a little bit about how the game works.
So the game can be explained in about 30 seconds.
Cool, let's do it.
So when we start, nothing is on this board. You choose your builders. So if I'm tan, I would be these guys.
Okay.
And your turn consists of two parts. The first part is you move. So you can move to any adjacent space. So I could move here or here. You can't move into an occupied space.
Okay.
And you can move, say this was like this, you can actually step up one level. A maximum of one level.
Okay.
You can also step down any number of levels.
Okay.
So you can step up one level or step down any number of levels. After you move, you can then build. So you can build regardless of height. So I could build up here, for example. So to win the game, all you have to do is get to the third level. Sounds simple, but you can actually stop your opponent from winning by, if it was my turn and I saw you're about to win there, I can move here, and then I can build a dome. So that removes that space from play.
Gotcha.
And stops you from winning. And so the board starts to get more and more claustrophobic. So that's essentially all the rules. But what makes this game quite unique is the addition of variable player powers, as I said. So, for example, Aphrodite. Let's see if I'm in the shot here.
You can get some of those there. There you go. Yep.
So Aphrodite, she's the goddess of love. So if you start your turn, so if I'm here, if you start your turn adjacent to me, next to me, you have to also end your turn adjacent to me. You are in love with me. You can't leave me.
Gotcha.
And let me see. Where's another easy one to explain? So Artemis can move twice. So she's the goddess of the hunt. She can move twice before building. Okay.
So you pick one of these at the beginning. You get a random one. How does that work? You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever you want. We will include what we feel is the best rules for that. We're still kind of debating because we want to strike a balance between simplicity, because this game is very much playable by children. Like children 5 years old can play this game quite well.
And you do keep one though for the entirety of the game.
Yes, and
how
it's
long is the game
persistent
play on this?
You can win very quickly if your opponent makes a mistake, but the maximum play length would be about 15 to 20 minutes.
Cool.
Yeah. So the variable player powers change the game so fundamentally that it almost feels like you're playing a different game with each matchup. And depending on how the Kickstarter goes, Gordon has Dr. Hamilton has designed over 40 of these gods that fundamentally change the game rules. So depending on how the Kickstarter goes, there could be up to 1,000 different matchups. Yeah.
Gotcha. So the artwork here, which is also a very striking part of the game, This is the artwork that will be on the final product, and I see artwork here on the board as well
Yep.
as this.
This is the cliff pedestal. This is very much just for theme, but we felt like, you know, we're building this. We get a sense of depth from the gameplay of Santorini. We wanted to enhance that feeling of depth by, you know, having this island actually rise out of the ocean. So
Cool. And as far as these pieces, I assume these are 3D printed or something.
these are
not final.
Yeah, these are not final. They are final in terms of how they the form is final, but it won't necessarily be the same sheen on the plastic or the same weight or whatever.
Gotcha. Remind us again when this is coming to Kickstarter.
This is coming to Kickstarter March 28th, and it's coming to retail hopefully by November this year, October, November.
Cool. Anything else you want to tell us about this, about your other games, expansions, news?
Yeah, we have later this year we have a game called Sales to Steam, which Matt Tolman's been working on for a few years, and he's just making the final sort of polishing on that, which is a pretty heavy Euro game. And then also, of course, we have Brass, which, you know, is Martin Wallace's masterpiece, which we'll be rebooting and redoing all the artwork, and we'll be including an whole extra board with new mechanics and a new industry type beer, which is awesome.
Cool. So,
we're very
you're
excited.
Close with him to sort of.
Yeah, we're helping develop it, and we're very excited by this opportunity, and we're gonna do as best a job we can for everybody.
Awesome, excellent, great talking
All
to
right,
you.
thank you very much.
Thanks so much for showing up and talking to us, and thank you folks for tuning in. We'll see you. Awesome, thanks, man. This is very, very cool looking.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank you guys for having me.
I'm a big abstract fan, so
cool. Yeah,
this looks awesome.
Yeah, we kind of wanted to have something where, you know, you're an abstract
Huh, 63. That game looks gorgeous.
It does, and there's a lot of questions about exactly what these components look like in the box. Is it all pre-assembled? We'll ask that right off the bat. When he gets to sit down.
Have you actually been there to the Santorini?
I have not actually been to Santorini. No.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I mean, a game based on that, it's so beautiful. Like when you see the buildings are actually that white with the blue domes, and it's just gorgeous.
Will the Brass reboot be a Kickstarter?
Oh, have I been on?
Yeah.
Apparently you're here. Hello.
Yeah, there's Tom in his hat.
I had forgotten that Roxley was picking up Brass.
Yes.
That's a lot of videos. So Slugfest is going to be the last one. Is there anyone else that you have found? I am not even looking for anyone else at this point.
Hello. We have a couple of questions from the internet if you're up for answering.
Absolutely.
So a few people asking about the components.
Okay, I need you to unclip the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, sir, need your mic.
Sorry.
Thanks.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
So are those components we just saw pretty much what we're getting in the the official version of the game? So that pedestal.
Yep.
How much does it have to disassemble, or is it pretty much one solid thing out of the box?
There's little lips that are on the top and the bottom, so the board will have grooves cut out of it, and little guides to sort of, so it'll be very simple. Take a few seconds to put on, and then the top it will take a few seconds as well.
MSRP that you're looking for?
$50.
$50.
Yeah. So $49.99.
Player count?
The game is best with 2 players, but depending on how the Kickstarter goes, we would like to include 3 and 4 players. 3-player requires an additional set of miniatures, so that's potentially more cost.
Right.
So
and then is 4-player a team play variant?
4-player would be team play variant. Yeah.
Some questions about the Brass reboot.
Okay.
Is that going to be a Kickstarter campaign as well?
Yes, it will be. Yeah.
Time frame on that?
We want to have the Kickstarter launch. The current plan is to have the Kickstarter launch in August.
Okay. I think that's what we've got right now.
So, the last question.
When are we gonna have an expansion for Super Motherload? I want some more.
Oh
factions.
yeah, Super Motherload. That's such a good game. Yeah, Super Motherload.
I would ask for more stuff for Steampunk Rally, but there's already so much in there.
No,
Well, Steampunk Rally, we're heavy in development of
Really?
it's called Steampunk Rally Fusion, and that'll be kickstarting either very late this year or early next year. And it is a full new game.
Oh, so a standalone but can be combined.
So we call it Fusion because we use fusion energy, but also it can be fused together with the original game.
Is Fusion a new dice color?
Yes,
Oh.
and it's so they have a. I'm gonna let Oren talk about that when he launches discussion on BGG, but the fusion dice go from 3 to 8, and they do special things.
Oh, that sounds
and
cool.
the machine
sounds
parts
cool.
are totally awesome and hilarious, and everybody loves it so far. So we're very happy with that.
You notice he just skipped over that other game.
Yeah, so Super Motherload, that's kind of my department, but I've been so wrapped up in getting this other stuff done that there's not been a huge amount of time for development of that, and we have to focus on brass after Santorini, so hopefully next year would be Super Motherload.
Sounds really, really
Gavin,
nice.
thank you
So
very
he
much.
just promised an expansion for Super Motherload. I'm writing all this stuff down.
All I was going to ask is, have you ever actually been to Santorini?
Broken.
I have not, but
Lack of research.
We've since starting this project and seeing, doing the research, it makes me really want to go. It's an absolute.
Should do it the launch
It's
party
beautiful.
there.
Yes, launch party
Totally.
in
There you
Santorini.
go.
And the Dice Tower could do coverage of it. No, Tom's looking at me with that evil look.
Jason has lost his position.
Yep. Flown out by Roxley, though.
Alrighty, thanks for coming.
All right, thank you, sir.
Let's pass it back.
Thank you.
That's the live camera. Don't worry about that one. We're going to be in here.
Yep.
Okay, let's hit Dan.
He's our last guy.
Good. All right. I'm just going to clap for an audio sync. Hey everybody, welcome back to our coverage of the GAMA 2016 Trade Show. I'm Z Garcia. I'm here with Jeff from Slugfest Games. How you doing, Jeff?
Good, good.
Excellent, good to have you. And you're going to be showing us a couple of new products here. Let's dive right in. Tell me what this is about.
Well, first of all, this is the new product in our Red Dragon Inn Allies series. This is Nitrell and Keat. So we're trying something different with the Allies series. It's actually 2 characters in a box rather than just the one we've done previously.
Right.
Nitrell and Keat are goblin siblings who are also adventurers.
Got it.
So Nitrell is a goblin bomber, and Keat is an archaeologist. So when Keat's, when they're exploring artifacts, and Keat's like, you know what, I need this wall to not be here. Nitrell's like, okay, I got this.
So I'm on it, right.
So mechanically, what they do, Keat's deck, instead of getting 10 gold like you normally do at the start of a game, Keat gets 10 of these artifact cards. They count as his gold. He still loses the game if he runs out of them. But various cards in his deck allow him to reveal an artifact card. And in this case, it's a sometimes card that can let you ignore a fortitude hit. But by using it, he's effectively spending a gold.
He's lost that money, right.
Right, exactly. So it makes for some really interesting decisions. It's a really cool deck. Nitrell's shtick is she's a bomber. She gives out bombs to people. So various cards in her deck, and I don't have a good enough prototype to show here with that one yet, but her deck, various cards let her give out a bomb. Some of them just do what you'd expect, which is a little bit of fortitude damage. But other cards do zanier things because it's a Red Dragon Inn product, and why not?
Right.
If you like Whizgill, you'd like Nitrell as well. Fun fact is that these 2 characters both came out of our
Red Dragon in character design contest that we did a little over a year ago.
Nice.
Keat was the winner, and Nitrell was one of the honorable mentions. So it's great to see those in print now.
Now, let me ask you, did you guys come up with the flavor that they are siblings yourself after that?
Yeah.
Just to be able to
They
go,
were-
hey, let's put two of these together.
That's right.
Yeah.
They were separate submissions, both of which happened to be golems and goblins.
Yes.
And we were like, wait a minute.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So when can we expect to see this?
This will be out this summer. We will probably have it at Gen Con.
Okay.
We're finishing this one up now, and it's working fine.
Cool. What about MSRP on that?
This is gonna MSRP for $24.95.
Okay, very cool.
Yep.
There we have it. Some more Red Dragon in madness.
Yep.
And then over here on the side, we can move this out of the way if you want. Bring it
Scoop
right
stuff over and bring in the Battle for Greyport.
Battle for Greyport.
Now this is a taped together prototype box, but it's got some art that is definitely not final, but it's still pretty cool. The Battle for Greyport is a cooperative deck building game based on the characters and world of the Red Dragon Inn. So you play one of the characters, and you're about to head to the tavern for your normal party in the evening when you are rudely interrupted by monsters attacking the city.
Mm-hmm.
So it's cooperative. Your deck starts off with your character hero and a rather pedestrian assortment of heroes and items because it's a deck building game.
Right.
You go from various location to location. So, for example, this is the Mage's Collegium, defending against bad guys.
Okay.
Over the course of the game, of course, you recruit more heroes and items to make your deck better, which is good because the monsters are ramping up to a big boss fight at the end. On your turn, everyone fights your monsters. So it's very interactive. There's not a lot of downtime because everyone is doing something every turn.
Gotcha.
On your turn, you can play one hero and equip that hero with one item of the same type. So magic items can go on magic heroes, and physical items can go on physical heroes.
Okay.
And yeah, like I said, one hero per player per turn, one item per hero, and you try the best you can to fight back the hordes of monsters.
Cool. How many players is it for?
So it's currently 2 to 4. We're trying to get that down to 1 to 4.
Oh, okay.
which
Cool.
would be-
Experimenting with a solitaire variant.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And the box will be about this size, and the projected MSRP is $44.95.
Cool. So every player will have a monster in front of them that sort of engages you, but everybody can take a whack
Correct.
at it.
Every player will have one or more monsters in front of them. It gets nastier as the game goes on. And on your turn, we fight your monsters, and whichever ones we can't take out are going to do damage to you at the end of your turn. Then we move on to my turn. We fight my monsters, and anything that's left does damage to me at the end of my turn, and so on.
Cool. Very nice. You got the MSRP in there. When is this coming out?
So later this year is the best we can say right now. If the stars align really well, we might have it at Gen Con, but that's a little optimistic.
Okay.
September or October might be more likely. We're still figuring that out.
Sure. Any other tidbit news you want to tell us?
Nope. We're excited about these 2 new products.
Excellent, man. Great talking to you.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Good to have you. And thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll see you soon. Very cool. All right.
Yeah, we're stoked about this one. People are responding.
Wait, this isn't Slugfest Games here? What's going on?
It's you.
Oh, You're sitting in the seat.
Oh, I didn't realize that was on the thing. I'll get out. I'll be back.
I'll be back. Hello.
Put this here.
How's your show been?
Good. We've been talking to a lot of retailers. It's been fun. Play testing some games, including that Battle for Greyport I just showed you guys, and it's been a good show.
Were you at the game night last night?
Yeah.
Showing off stuff.
Yeah, we were briefly, and then
it was so loud in there that we actually took a group that wanted to play Battle for Greyport, and we went and found a quieter spot.
So someone's asking, are there any deck builders in particular that have inspired Greyport?
So the game was designed by Nate Heiss, who worked on Magic. He did the Rumpelstiltskin game, which was cool. But I've been told that it is a lot like Legendary, except cooperative. I haven't played Legendary myself, but that was one of Nate's inspirations for the Battle for Greyport.
Someone's asking if there's plans to put a wench deck into Red Dragon Inn.
We've thought about it. There's the big downside with the wench is that she's a civilian. She's not an adventurer, and so.
But they want to see more.
I know. We'll probably figure something out eventually. But the reason that's the reason why we haven't thus far is because she's not an adventurer, and we don't know what it would really be like to have her, getting punched by these adventurers. But yes.
There's only one answer: standalone game.
Perhaps.
Yes. Just like the drinking game in Red Dragon Inn.
Well, yeah, that's true. You did do. There's a history of that sort of thing happening.
That's true.
Did you ever find that truckload of games?
Nope.
Man.
So, here's the problem. So for those of you who don't know about this, a few years ago we ordered a shipment from our manufacturer in China of 5,000 Red Dragon Inn 1 and 5,000 Red Dragon Inn 3.
Right.
And on its way across the country after it got off the cargo ship, the truck was stolen. So
a whole truck?
An entire truck was stolen with our games in it. So, fortunately, because the games had never been delivered to us, they were technically not our property. So the shipping company and the manufacturer took the insurance claim, made me a new shipment of games, and we got that.
Okay.
So that's all fine. We didn't have to take the loss, which would have been crippling for us if it had happened. But now 10,000 of our games are showing up on eBay and so forth for super duper cheap
Well,
prices.
that's what we had wondered.
Yeah.
Like, eventually these huge quantities are going to show up.
And here's the problem. We went and filed police reports and all of that, but we never made any progress because it wasn't our property. So, yeah, we're still kind of dealing with that, but no, we never recovered it. And at this point, we're trying to just say, well, I guess a lot of people that might not have gotten our games got it, and maybe they'll buy one of the other ones.
You need to make more sequels so that they have to buy the next one.
And so maybe it'll turn out to be a good thing for us. I don't know.
Oh, and this was a few years ago.
Yeah, this
I
was
think,
2012, I think.
Yeah. Fingers crossed that it ends up being good news.
Yeah, at this point, we're mostly like, okay, whatever. We're going on with our business.
Yeah. Thank you very much for spending some time with us today.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
It looks like I'm going to toss it back over the desk where Tom is now here to wrap things up. That was the surprise, but with Rahdo.
We're going to find out in 2 seconds.
Absolutely nothing.
Here, I might as well just do this because you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I'll stick it over here. That will pick us both up. Oh, we are actually live now.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Hey, Tom Bassel here, and
Richard Rahdo Ham of Rahdo Runs Through fame.
Rahdo Runs Through
GAMA. Yeah.
Which is not really your style convention.
No, this was a really weird convention to go to, I gotta say.
You've never been to a trade convention before.
No. Well, not a board game trade convention. I've done video game trade conventions for years.
But you've been working those.
Yes, yeah.
So for you, I'm guessing the highlight is the exhibition hall, getting to talk to everybody.
Oh, sure, yeah. Although I gotta say, I really did enjoy all the talks that I went to. I went into them expecting them just to give the same kind of spiel they'd give to regular consumers. Hey, here's the games that are coming out next quarter. Get excited, folks. But it was hardly about that at all. That was almost like an afterthought. It was mostly talking about, here's our new group play. Here's how we're going to do it in caps. Here's how we're going to help you package stuff. It was all this detail that has been completely invisible to me as a gamer, and it was really fascinating. I imagine a lot of people would be really interested into it, the really hardcore gamers.
Was there a specific lecture you went to that you found really interesting?
Well, I mean, strictly speaking, probably the most interesting lecture I went to was kind of out of the norm for them. It was the first time they'd done it. It was gender issues in the game industry, which I have to admit, I thought it was going to be more about why don't more girls play games? But in fact was, why aren't there more girls making games and producing games? And
Which is actually a bigger problem. I was just talking of this to someone here, and they said that it was probably less than 20% of people in the industry are female.
Yeah.
Now, gamers, it's increasing.
Yes.
It is definitely, but it is not in the industry.
Yeah, it's not.
And when you go up to executive level, it's like 5%. It's really small. Now, hopefully that will change, and maybe that's just a natural. As more women enter the industry, they will move into those positions.
Well, I think it's great that the GAMA Trade organization has decided it was worth spending 2 hours talking about this on the first day of the convention. Taking away time from more stuff about promotional materials and whatnot, which is the main reason.
Was it interactive? Did you have a chance to ask questions?
Yeah, it was a 5-lady panel, all of whom had, I think at least each of them 10 to 15 years of experience in the industry. I'm not quite sure if that was and it was them talking about their own personal experiences, how they got into the industry. That was the first half, and then there was actually quite a bit of almost back and forth squabbling about persnickety things, but the last third of it...
Persnickety?
Yeah, but it was, I won't go into particulars. Somebody did leave the room crying, as I recall. It got a little heated. But, I know, yeah, it's a big drama of the show. But at the end, after things calmed down a little bit, it did focus on, right, what do we need to do to improve this, to change this? And there was a lot of talk, and it ended up with, right, well, we've got some marching orders. Let's meet back again next year and see what, as an organization, the GAMA Trade organization, is what can they do to change things, to engender a wider coverage in the industry. But I thought that was actually really cool.
Now, last night you got to play a few games, or no?
I played one.
Was it a good game?
It was an okay game.
Was there any game you saw here that you were like,
oh gosh, yeah, of course, totally.
What's the game that has you most excited?
I think it's going to be a cross between, I don't want to leave anything out, but I'm super stoked for Pandemic, the Cthulhu Pandemic.
Looks
Rise
good.
of Cthulhu.
Looks better than I thought.
I did not expect it to be so gorgeous. I mean, did you look at those what they're replacing the cubes with?
They're like, yeah, no, it's really cool.
I know. Actually, it's interesting. The whole thing has very much a Defenders of the Realm vibe. It's almost like Defenders of the Realm, piggybacks off the Pandemic. Now Pandemic returns the favor. But
That's funny.
Yeah. But it was gorgeous, and I really loved the very significant changes they made to the core game. Actually, it's interesting. Probably the biggest thing is outbreaks don't happen. When too many things hit a given town, it's not like they automatically spread to the connecting things. Instead, a Cthulhu card flips, and that's the timer. More Cthulhu old ones appear in the world and make world-changing events happen. And if all of them appear, we run out of time.
Man, I'm pumped to play this.
Yeah, I cannot stress enough just how stunning it looks. I mean, really, really nice. Although, to be fair, I mean, these are all just like, the 3D printer minis, but I can only imagine that means they'll look better in the final product. So that was really cool, and I can't remember the name of it. AEG, the card building game?
Mystic Vale.
Mystic Vale. I'm super stoked about that.
I'm really pumped.
Yeah,
I played it and it was really fun.
Oh, really? I just kind of drooled all over it a little bit.
It was really cool.
Yeah, and so it's not just a gimmick.
It is, but it's like a new mechanism. It's kind of the same way Dominion.
Or Tzolk'in was it's a gimmick. It's like, wow, that's really snazzy, but it adds to the gameplay. Is basically
It really did, because I would get it. Okay, I buy a card, and I'm like, okay, do I add this to this blank card? That makes that blank card worth something.
Yeah.
Or do I add it to this other card where I have this really cool card, but I'm only going to get that once? So do you want to spread it out and have more cards that do things for you, or do you want to make one really cool combo card?
Yeah,
and you want to make those cool combo cards anyway, right?
Just because you want to, yeah.
Right, and I was like, oh, I just have to make that cool combo card. I don't care about anything else. And you get to make them, but of course the game's almost over at that point. But still, I really enjoyed that.
I am jelly, I have to admit. I really did want to spend time playing it.
Well, it's going to be out soon enough, so.
Yeah, I think June, something like that, or early summer. Oh, and oh my God, Star Trek Frontiers from WizKids.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Was it good looking?
Yeah, it's over in one of the distribution booths. WizKids didn't have their own booth. It looks really, really nice. I know some people aren't going to be happy with the fact that they actually took stills from the TV shows instead of doing original art. Because it's characters from Next Generation, from Voyager, from Deep Space Nine, and actually from the Next Generation films as well. And and it basically just recreates Mage Knight, repurposes the Mage Knight adventure game, and So there were so many very, very cool, very Star Trek-y changes and streamlining of that game. I was really excited. I mean, the biggest thing is not what they took out. Like, they took out the day-night stuff. They just overall made the game much smoother, but the big thing they added was diplomacy. So Mage Knight, it was all just about running around, rampaging, destroying stuff. But now, because it's Star Trek, you have a totally other option. You can go, make diplomatic ties with all the enemies that are all around the board, which is obviously very wonderful thing. But I thought of one more thing. This is maybe bigger than everything else.
I'm so surprised.
I ran to a couple of guys from Finland who were here actually showing a new product called Dized, D-I-Z-E-D. It's like, you pronounce it diced, but it's D-I-Z-E-D.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this yet. Are you?
Okay, so you heard the pitch, right?
Yeah, the pitch is that you don't need rule books anymore.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so basically the notion is they are making a platform that any publisher can use that just makes it very easy from the very WYSIWYG to create interactive instruction manuals, which isn't like just, oh, look, here's a cross-linked reference, you can look up rules, I'm sure they'll be there too. But what it's supposed to do is replicate the experience you or I would have if we go to a convention and somebody is there walking us through the first few rounds, teaching by doing. It's an automated thing that will do that. Will walk you through all the steps. And I know they did get a lot of interest from the publishers they talked to.
I hope it works.
Yeah.
It needs people to get on board.
Exactly.
Right? Unless you have like 3 or 4 major publishers jump on board this, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Well, I can't say. But I talked to them about some of these successes, the initial successes they had in talking to publishers. If they pull it off, they've got some very exciting stuff coming on their platform. But I think that could be a huge game changer. It's the single biggest barrier to our hobby not getting on wider is those daunting rule books that regular people just won't even touch.
I agree, and I believe they were wearing buttons that said "Down with Rodney." They no longer need.
Yeah. Finally, that scourge will be excised from the industry once and for all. I'm coming for you.
Hey, thanks for coming on the show.
Yep.
Before we end, I'm not the only one who wants to talk, or am I making talk? Does anyone else here want to say any closing thoughts?
See you next year, folks.
Bye. Okay, that was really lame. Come on, someone come up here and say.
You guys just sat in here and looked at 100
Jazz,
games.
come give your final thoughts. I'll give you the microphone. I'll leave you with Richard, and he'll keep you like a word lubricant.
Yeah. I can fill in the blanks.
Well, one of the benefits of coming to this show actually was being able to spend a little bit of time with you.
Oh, shut your mouth.
I think we passed each other in the hallways at BGG Con a little bit.
Yes, we were both filming the wrestling thing at the same time.
Yep.
And that was it. Two cameras passing in the night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's been nice to be a little bit more than that here.
Yeah. And find out our shared heritage. We found out.
Yes. Both with kind of a video game developer company heritage in the Pacific Northwest.
Yes. Yeah. Small world.
Yes. Isn't it strange?
Yes. But talk about games now.
Okay. Oh, that's all the words I had. I agree. I was really excited about Star Trek Frontiers.
Yeah.
And also the small amount of time I had to go through the exhibit hall here. I was excited to see not 1, not 2, but 3 games based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle license. That was a surprise. I was expecting 1.
You were genuinely excited about this.
I was genuinely, yeah. I was the one that has the ability to have scenario-based campaigns that have a continuity from one game session to the next. That was the one that intrigued me the most.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought of another one, by the way.
There you go.
Okay. From Cryptozoic. This one, probably biggest surprise of the show for me. You've heard of Attack on Titan? The anime series. And, it's been known for a while that Antoine Bauza is doing a big, there's like an actual Titan, and you climb up him, and it's very, very cool.
It's a horizontal, vertical, yeah.
So I went over there to look at that, and I didn't even care because I hadn't heard about Attack on Titan, the deck builder.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about this.
Well, it's using the same Cerebus engine that Cryptozoic uses for all, the DC deck builder and the Lord of the Rings and. It's creepy. So it's using that. But what's his name? Matt Haida, who has designed all these games, he has really taken that to a new level because it still has the same basic Ascension style. Hey, here's all the cards that are out. We're deck building, making stronger decks by drafting cards from this. But you lay all these out, and then you put out a wall. And I don't know what the wall looks like. I don't know if it's a bunch of sticks or something like that. And this is the physical wall of Attack on Titan. And on the other side of the wall are the Titans. They will appear as cards. On this side is everything that we're trying to protect in the village. These are all the village cards we're trying to draft so we get more powers. There's the wall, there's the Titans. In addition to deck building, you actually have a little figurine that moves around. All of the normal stuff you would expect is an actual world for you to run around in. So you're on one side of the wall, and you don't just buy the card you want. You actually move over there and grab it and protect it. You can hop to the other side of the wall and run around in the outskirts and actually fight the Titans when you think in a given turn you've got a good enough hand to take them out.
So this is much more than just another reskinning of the Cerebus engine.
Yes, I mean, I had no expectations about this game at all, because I have to admit, I've not been the biggest fan. I mean, they're okay, they're nice, they get the job done, they're nice gateway deck builders, but this, I mean, he's taken everything he's learned from everyone he's done and really taken it to 11. Tom is hovering.
Hey guys, thanks for being on the show.
Tom is trying to play us off now, I think.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna leave you here. We're gonna let Aldie and Jason come on. Oh yeah, you got. Oh, so you can say shut the door real quick to the camera.
Okay. Blinking. New batteries.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it's just because I knocked it down. Oh, I'm out.
This guy, I actually. This guy who stayed in my house for a week. It was a pleasure to spend all that time with you. We're looking forward to seeing you, I guess, at SN.
I'm gonna miss you, buddy.
Oh, I think the live thing just cut.
Let's bring Scott. Get out. Bring Scott in.
Got a videotape. The tape is running out.
We're filling up the internet.
The internet is full.
Let's bring Scott in here.
Wow, look at this. This is like
you guys
like being on camera.
I
Man,
know.
so professional.
Isn't our setup nice now? It's like
it looks great. Where did you get this idea?
It's all Tom.
Oh,
Tom
my
is
God.
like a genius when it comes to this stuff.
Awesome.
Tom said, we're going to do more professional. All the stuff he said in the Kickstarter about it, we want to be more professional. You saw we had the
looks
jib.
awesome, yeah.
And, it feels like we're making TV. Like, it's amazing.
No, I've been listening to you guys the whole week. It's been like it's like a news show.
Yeah,
you
I know.
got the post interview too, which that's a lot of work.
That was just ad-libbing. That was we have nothing else to do. We didn't want just dead air, so we were like, let's just chit-chat on the side.
Yeah.
And it turned into a thing, and we involved the audience, so it turned out really great.
I mean, I think between the two of our shows, we're covering like the entire gamer universe.
Exactly. If you out there don't know what game you want,
if you hadn't heard of a game from Gamma that you are interested in, man, there's nothing out here for you.
exactly. You better have stuff. I'm assuming you had a geek list with like top 10 buzz games from Gamma. Was there anything like that going on?
Well, no.
No.
We didn't do Geek Buzz. There's no people here.
That's true. It's all the publishers and the
you
store
could put
owners.
one up and maybe people could speculate without actually looking at it, but maybe next year, I don't know. We'll see.
How did everything go over at your booth? I know you were like
Yeah.
our neighbors for this.
Great, yeah. I mean, we it's just as busy as Gen Con, but without the crazy noise. Because we're in a private room, which is awesome.
I know.
Thank you to the GAMA Trade Show, John Ward, for hooking us all up. I assume he hooked you guys up with this.
Oh,
one as
John
well.
Ward and Justin Zirin, everyone at
Absolutely.
Gamma has been amazing. Like, we really appreciate everything they do to make this happen. It's something else. And
yeah, it's so like easy, like
it's peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, as a industry event, I haven't been here in 11 years. First time I came was in a different hotel, and it was a little bit more. Well, it was run well, but it was not like this. This is like this finely tuned machine. So.
Yeah, and the peacefulness like you were talking about, even when you walk in the hall where all the publishers are, it's like you can actually walk down the aisles and not have to go to that, like in Gen Con, you have to go to that back wall and walk all the way along the back to get anywhere. Here, it's like you could just walk down and it's very comfortable.
If you're in press or industry, you have to come here.
I know.
I
It's
believe
important.
it's like it's a solid. It's
Yeah.
a solid show.
Exactly. So.
And I was actually really surprised how many new games are being announced here, because in the past, no new games were announced here. This was not a press event. It's now turned into a press event.
It is, and they have coverage from both ends, Board Game Geek end, our end. What games impressed you the most that you saw?
Game impressed me the most. I guess Mystic Veil, the mechanism. I haven't played it yet, but it looks awesome. And last Friday, I really want to play that.
Yes.
Since I love hidden trader roles, but this turns it on its
horror
head,
slasher.
so the trader or the hidden person tracks the players instead of vice versa. That was
Yes.
actually, I was like, oh, okay. Check
I
that out.
know, and the theme. I mean, it's like Friday the 13th theme. What more could you want? And Mystic Veil, I think it's going to be a hit. I mean, those cards with the transparencies on everything.
Yep. It'll be a game system. They're going to use it for multiple things, I imagine, because it's so unique. And, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Is then
And
Eric? Is
then
it
a Star Trek game.
Oh,
Well,
Star,
all of them.
Star
All
Trek
the Star Trek
Panic,
games,
Star
yeah.
Trek Frontiers, just Star Trek. Eric, is anyone asking questions? We can take some questions while we're here.
When this is over.
No, we can't take questions.
Can I do shut the door?
As soon as,
Stop
yeah.
banging the table.
As soon
Oh,
as soon as Tom
Rahdo,
says
can
it's
you bang the
over.
table? I can't bang the table.
No, I meant no.
Did Rahdo
Rahdo,
bang the table?
doesn't Rahdo get like a free pass and everything? I guess. I don't know. Alrighty, guys.
Here's Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir, for putting up with our noise.
No
Thank
problem.
you for making the noise. Thank you guys for watching. This is us. We are signing out now. We have a not a live. We have a top 10 going up tomorrow. Top 10 card games, and then you won't see anything from us till Monday board game breakfast. But then the flood approaches. All right. Until next time, I'm Tom Vassell.
Jason Levine.
Aldie.
And special thanks to Sam Healy, Eric Summer, Suzanne Sheldon, Z Garcia, Chaz Marler, and all the publishers and designers who came on the show. Shut us down. Did I say Eric Summer?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
As he shuts us
And
down.
Eric Summer. Log off.
He hasn't shut us down yet. Eventually, we'll be shut down. And I think we're out of here soon. And Z just tackled